And welcome to this morning's planning committee. It's Thursday the 11th of June and it's 10:30. I'd like to welcome all officers, members and members of the public who are going to be watching this on YouTube. I think it's probably helpful if I just spend a little bit of time explaining that this may look slightly different to planning committees that you may have watched in the past. As we're all painfully aware, the council and the public are working to some significant restrictions, and that includes how meetings take place. We've had to balance the need for meetings to happen as well as the need for the restrictions around social distancing. And as such, things are different in respect of this committee in as much as we are working to a smaller committee number, and we are also working from home. So please don't judge us on our decor. I'd like to just take this opportunity to thank all the technology officers and the democratic services officers for having made this process possible. I hope you'll find it streamlined, but we are working with new technology and there is a possibility that things may go wrong. And because planning is a regulatory, a regulatory committee, it's absolutely imperative that all the members of that committee are able to attend at all times. If technology fails, we will have to have a short adjournment whilst we try to get that member back. If that's not possible, I will come back on and explain how things will move thereafter. We will also be scheduling breaks. We will have our first break after the officers have done their presentation and been questioned by members. And we will then reconvene. There will be a holding screen. I will give a time when the meeting will re-adjourn, recommence, and we will then go into the public speakers. I think that's probably covered most of the things that I wanted to say beforehand. But the meeting will run with what we call a virtual hand. When members want to speak, they will press a button. I and you will see a hand come up on the screen. I will then call that member to speak. If there is a supplementary to any particular question that a member wants to raise, they will raise a physical hand, and I will pick up on that. The only people that you will see on screen are the members and two officers, Becky Eads, who is the head of development services, and Sandra Brannigan, who is our senior lawyer, our senior solicitor, who will only intervene if something happens that needs legal judgment on. We have a number of officers currently in the background, and they, as they are called by Becky, will introduce themselves and give you their job titles, and they will come on screen as if by magic. So at this stage, I would like to introduce the members of today's committee. My name is Councillor Michael Pavlovic. I'm chairing this meeting. We have Councillor Nigel Eyre, Councillor Dave Taylor, Councillor Steve Fenton, Councillor Rachel Melly, and Councillor Anna Perrott. So we do have some apologies, and we have a new chair, and that is because Councillor Culwick, who would normally be chairing this meeting, has a conflict of interest, and Councillor Fenton is substituting for him, Councillor Kilbane similarly, and Councillor Melly. So we will now move on to the agenda proper. Do members have any interests to declare? No. We need to elect a vice chair. Sorry, I did forget to select a vice chair. Because I'm stepping up into the chair, we do technically need a vice chair in case my technology fails. Can I have some nominations from the members? Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to nominate Councillor Hollier as Vice Chair, please.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Councillor Eyre is seconding that. It's a straight vote. Could you raise your hands if you're happy for Councillor Hollier to take the role of Vice Chair for this meeting? That's carried. Thank you. Councillor Fenton, could you just lower your raised hand? Marvellous. Thank you. Agenda item 2, minutes of the previous meeting. Are there any comments? Otherwise, we'll take them as given. Thank you. That they will be signed at some later date. And we have no public participants registered. We do have a number of speakers for the next item, which would then allows me to go very nicely into agenda item 4, which is the land between Clementhorpe, Beck and Butcher Terrace, York. And I'd like to introduce Becky Eads as the officer who is going to present this for us. Becky.
Morning, thank you, Chair. I'm just going to share my screen with you all so you have got the presentation. You all just confirm that you can see that for me?
Yes,
you can see the presentation? Perfect. Okay. So full planning permission is sought by the Environment Agency for flood alleviation scheme works, which include the following. A floodgate at the junction of Clementhorpe and Terry Avenue. The proposal is for a twin 2-metre high retractable steel bifold gate spanning approximately 11.2 metres across the carriageway of Clementhorpe at the Clementhorpe Terry Avenue junction with associated storage cabinets and minor footpath and road realignment. The 2 cabinets will each be approximately 4.1 metres long, 2.1 metres high and 0.85 metres wide. They will be constructed of galvanised steel and have a non-painted finish. The gates are bifold that hinge into the middle and fold to fit into each cabinet. The gates will be contained within the cabinets unless required to be deployed during a flood event. A flood defence wall to waterfront house. The wall will be approximately 2.5 metres high and will extend across the full extent of the front elevation and will continue approximately 8 metres around the northern side elevation. There will also be a flood defence wall at Lower Ebor Street, which will be constructed at the northwestern corner of the Rooms Hotel development. The wall will be approximately 12.1 metres in length and around 2.45 metres in height. So now I'm going to run you through some photos. So the first photo you can see is Butcher Terrace, looking west. Photo 2 is the junction of Bishopthorpe Road and Butcher Terrace. Photo 3 is the junction of Clementhorpe and Terry Avenue. You can just see that. Roundtree Park gates on this photo here. the site of the proposed access road, you can see on this photo here, and the site of the proposed compound, they just there, and the site of the replacement pitch. Terry Avenue looking north, and Terry Avenue again there. That's Waterfront House that you can see there. This is the site location plan. You can see the works are outlined in red. See that? See my detail in here. This is the block plan for the north. As you can see, the works here and the gates that I've just mentioned in here. And again, the Clementhorpe floodgate, these are the elevations. This is what it will actually look like. That's the gates there and the cabinets there. Again, this is a Clementhorpe floodgate. You can see section details here of how it will open. And again, the room's flood wall elevation, again, section through the site there. Again, that's where the wall will go down here. That's what it will look like. This is the existing elevations. That's the proposed elevations down there. This is the indicative view of the site compound, where you can see the compound area. You can likely see it's hatched there. Two-way cyclist and pedestrian route, and a two-way vehicle route in red. Okay. And this is the proposed cycle and pedestrian diversion routes. Okay. Right. I will just stop sharing for a minute. I'm going to introduce Tim Goodall, who is the case officer, and he will run through the additional information and any other further relevant information. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just run through the committee update. There's summarised in terms that it's been shared with members. So to start off with, there's 3 corrections to the committee report. The first one is paragraph 5.32 of the report contains an error with an unfinished sentence. The condition referred to in that paragraph is the construction environmental management plan, which covers amenity. Paragraph 6.1, there's the introduction of some additional text, which is in red. This is in the conclusion section of the report and covers paragraph 11 of the MPPF. There's also another sentence in paragraph 6.2 of the report, again in the conclusion section. Since the publication of the committee report, there have been a number of additional representations. There have been 7 further objections from, those include from local residents, also from behalf of York Civic Trust and the York Cycle Campaign and the Friends of Roundtree Park. So they've raised a number of issues with the report, some that have already been raised during the application report. Obviously, there's highway safety, the diversion route, cycling along Bishopthorpe Road with regard to social distancing, looking at the road safety audit, arguing it's the inadequacy of it, looking at one-way systems on Bishopthorpe Road, looking at government guidance with regard to cycle provision during the COVID-19 period, principle supportive of the flood defences, only a lack of consultation with the highways information, and then there's concerns over access to Terry Street itself, which is not Terry Avenue, Terry Street, which runs south of Butcher Terrace, residential street there. Also concerns from Friends of Roundtree Park with regard to what they intend to use, where the compound site will be next year. They've been their centenary year and the events they have planned there. Also concerns of air quality as well, also in light of COVID-19. There were 3 letters of support raising matters such as protection from the flood risk. The floods are becoming more frequent and higher. So, even if a property doesn't flood, there's also the stress that, it might happen. They're noting the noise will be audible, important. The scheme is completed as soon as possible. They do want another winter like the last one without protection. And also noting the alternative diversion routes such as New Walk. There's an updated response from Micklegate Planning Panel, which was referring to their previous comments still stand and they strongly support York Civic Trust's considered objections. They also noted some of the previous matters such as the management plan and COVID-19. So we made a general comment on government guidance on cycling on COVID-19. We've had the additional representations, and the government, I think Ian Stokes Highways Office will be able to also assist on this. So the government published in May of this year guidance for reallocating road space in life by local authorities in light of the COVID-19 restrictions. As we consider this to be a material consideration in the application, but we don't believe it's going to change the view that subject to appropriate conditions, the proposal is acceptable in line with planning policies. We brought in the diversion route drawing, which is dated 5th of March. That's on the presentation. I believe it was on the presentation. That's not finalised at this stage. It's due to be approved as part of. There's not down as an approved plan condition, but it'll be in the construction and traffic management plan, so it could be amended at this stage. I find there's some additional wording to the construction traffic management plan condition to cover liaison with the caravan club with regard to sort of vehicles exiting and through and entering the site, and also works to be carried out in accordance with the approved plans. In light of the additional information, summary, the additional information has been assessed and the planning balance and the recommendation are unchanged from the published report. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I would just like to say I missed at the beginning, and I do apologise. Councillor Taylor is substituting for Councillor de Gorn. So yes, welcome Councillor Taylor. Members, are there any questions? Raise your virtual hand. Councillor Taylor.
Hello. I don't think this is really a question for Tim, but he might be able to answer. It's perhaps more of a question for the applicant. But considering the width of these gates, the length of these gates, they are perhaps longer than any other floodgates that we have in York at the moment. Can we be sure that they will actually hold back the force of the River Ouse in flood?
I wouldn't be able to answer that. That's quite a technical question. So we've had our flood risk engineer was consulted, Richard Wells. He's in on this meeting as well. He's been consulted on that. So yeah, I would suggest it's probably best to take that up directly with. I mean, take it up directly with Richard and the EA in terms of the technical specification of. I presume you mean the gates along to close Clementhorpe.
Becky, could we invite?
Yeah, can we invite Richard Wells in, please? He's the flood risk engineer. Richard.
Richard, do you catch my question, or do I need to repeat it?
I don't think we've quite got him yet.
Oh no, he's coming. Don't worry, I can see he's off mute. Richard.
Hello there. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I did hear your question, Councillor Taylor, and this particular the gate itself, obviously demountable gate. I don't know the exact size of it, but I'm presuming it would be I'm guessing it's a similar size as the one at on Lendl, under Lendl Bridge, which is quite a. But at the end of the day, this is a particular this particular structure is designed and it's constructed as a floodgate, and it will have had to go through the correct structural design calculations and the necessary design it requires. It is obviously it sort of, if you look at the angle of it, it would be Obviously, it's a V shape, and there would be the water pressure would help towards the ceiling of it, and as you would with a brick arch, that's a similar design as a brick arch. It would become stronger as the water level becomes higher. But I'm not a structural engineer, so I don't know whether I wouldn't know what the legislation is for that. But I'm sure that the Environment Agency are going to construct a wall that is used throughout the country in this situation. So I don't know whether that is a useful answer to your question, but you may wish to ask the Environment Agency as well. But that is
I'm
my
not a structural engineer or a hydrologist either, so
yes.
I presume the Environment Agency have done similar schemes across the country.
Councillor Taylor, the Environment Agency are bringing a number of experts with them when they speak, so it may well be a question that they can answer when we get to that portion of the meeting. Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. My question for officers is hopefully just a bit of clarity about how long these diversions for pedestrians and cyclists might last, because I understand that there's been quite a long conversation in how to come up with the final plans of what these diversions will be and how long they might last. And in the report that we've been given, one part of the report says it's likely to last for about 16 months, and another part of the report says 12 months. So I was wondering whether maybe we could have a bit of clarification of how long. I mean, I know you can't necessarily give an exact figure of how long, but a rough idea of how long these diversions might have to be in place for.
Thank you, Elsa. In terms of, I'm just trying to find the correct. I think the last timetable we had, which unfortunately I don't have in front of me, I think was due to be about 12-13 months for the road closure on Terry Avenue, and a bit longer for the total run. Though you might have to double check with the EA when you ask them. So I don't know if obviously if the timeframes. Yeah, in terms of up to date, the project manager is going to be on the call for that. In terms of whether for example, the sort of COVID-19 is, in terms of how their practices are working in terms of timeframes, but it's just over a year for the Terry Avenue works is the information I've got, and then obviously there's got the works as well, such as setting up the compound beforehand. Nope.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Fenton next.
Thank you, Chair. Got some specific questions on the traffic management plan. Are those best addressed to the applicant on the assumption that it's the applicant that has drawn up those plans in discussion with officers?
We do have the highways officer available if there's anything that you want to ask him specifically from the council side. So yeah, I can bring
if I could.
Ian Stokes, the highways development management officer, if we can bring him in, please. And if you want to ask him your questions once we've got him in.
Okay, thank
there
you.
He is. Right, we've got him. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. I appreciate some of these questions may not be ones that you can answer, in which case we can put them to one side and ask the applicant. There've been concerns raised in particular around sort of volume of pedestrians and cyclists using alternative routes. One thing I wasn't clear from reading the report is whether the footpath on Terry Avenue will be closed as well as the road.
No, the intention is to leave the footway on Terry Avenue open, the one that's immediately outside Roundtree Park. That will be barriered from the main carriageway, so pedestrians will be segregated from the carriageway that will be used by construction vehicles and other vehicles.
Okay. Thanks for that. One thing I wasn't clear from the report and the references to the work that's being done to look at mitigation measures is whether, as well as having a diversionary route, there would be the opportunity for some new or amended road markings. I'm thinking in particular heading from the river up Butcher Terrace, if you're on a bicycle and you want to turn right, warning cyclists that if they stop near to the centre line, they may be at risk because there'll be large vehicles turning in, and the sweep of those vehicles may potentially
Yeah, there is an intention that there will be warning signs as part of the normal traffic management measures for that works. There is also a potential to divert cyclists away from that junction, and that's something maybe that the applicant could explore. There's another road, I think, is it Finsbury Street? I was trying to think the name of the street. But there is a road that leads off Butcher Terrace that comes up and then joins back up further up, I think opposite, I'm just trying to think where it is now, just bear with me a second. Yeah, there's a potential diversion via Finsbury Street, Berryford Terrace, Balmoral Terrace and Trafalgar Street, if there was a need to actually remove that potential conflict between cyclists and vehicles turning in at the junction of Butcher Terrace and Bishopthorpe. But it is intended that for certainly the larger vehicles coming in, that would be under banksmen control.
Okay, just one final question, Chair, if I may, to get them all that way. In terms of the diversion on the east bank of the river, so that's over Millennium Bridge and then up the Riverside Path and then over Blue Bridge. Obviously, that is already a busy thoroughfare. Has there been any consideration given, as far as you're aware, to sort of temporary widening of that path to create more space and more space for social distancing, given the likely mix of pedestrians and cyclists that will be potentially using that route?
I have to say I use that route myself at the moment, and I think that the width there does allow social distancing at the moment. So I've not got any intentions at this point to look to widen that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Taylor, I see you've got a supplementary there.
Yeah, just to add that widening of the new walk would cause considerable damage to a number of trees. I don't think that would be a goer. But I would like to point out also that the Blue Bridge is about to be restored and a temporary bridge will be put into place. I just want to be sure that the time scale of that is factored in, that the replacement or restoration of Blue Bridge will be complete, which we know has been delayed before this work is due to start, and the diversion along the new walk would take place.
Can anybody answer that? Is that likely to happen?
I'm not sure what the timescales are of the Blue Bridge when the temporary one's going to go up. And obviously, if you say planning permission was granted, we'd normally obviously impose the condition we'd impose would be you have to start work within 3 years, and they'd need to discharge the relevant planning conditions beforehand, which includes the construction and traffic management plan. I'm sure there could be liaison with the Environment Agency regarding that in terms of timings. But yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know what the timings are for the Blue Bridge. Makes it a bit difficult. So obviously, we don't know how that's going to work.
Well, can that be checked? I mean, the Blue Bridge work is supposed to have already started, but it's been delayed. That's the point I'm wanting to make.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Perrott.
Thank you, Chair. Just while we had highways here, I thought it might be useful if we could potentially look at the slide with the diversions for cyclists, if that's possible for you to just give us a bit of a talk through sort of how the different alternative routes would work around the closure.
So we'll have to go to the shared screen now, so you'll just hear Ian's voice.
I'm not sure if I can do any cursor control over the shared screen, but I'll try and talk it through.
I don't think you can, Ian. I think it's just Becky, but if you describe what you want, I'm sure she can give it a go.
Okay, so Becky, if you can possibly put the cursor over the junction of Bishopthorpe Road and Butcher Terrace. Are we looking at the western diversion rather than the eastern diversion?
Tell me a colour that you want to see. What colour?
On the joint of the purple and green. That's the one there. So if you were to then move westward along the green line, and then to that point, this point here is already a cycle route shown on the City of York route cycle map. So currently the western diversion is already following a signed route. So then if you move northwards, at this point, there have been various options for diversions on the west route that have been put forward by the York Cycle Campaign and others. There is a slight deviation from what is currently the signed off cycle route in the York Cycle Route map, in that it largely goes straight to the north from here. So if Becky, if you went straight to the north, 2 streets over to the west, so the current routed cycle route is where that cursor is there now. It then turns to the west over 2 streets and then goes up diagonally to there. So that's where it currently is routed. These proposals aren't confirmed yet, and they are suggestions put forward by the York Cycle Campaign. They are still subject to further discussion. So then if you carry on from where your cursor point is, where it was, Becky. Yep. Currently, the route as marked or as shown in the map goes round to the east at that point. Sorry, just slightly further inwards towards town. Yeah, up a bit. Yeah, so if you go sort of northwestwards, slightly from there, keep going northwest. Sorry. Go back to where you were. Yeah, you went northeast rather than northwest. Sorry. So
sorry.
Carry northwest.
So I've got you there.
Yeah, that area there
yeah.
is where the current signed cycle route goes. The York Cycle Campaign is suggesting a route going round to the east and then joining back close to the existing Pelican Crossing outside now Victor Street. So that's the western diversion route that's still under consideration.
Sorry, can I just clarify? Is the green line the proposed one from the cycling campaign?
It's through discussions between Environment Agency and various representative groups. So City of York Council have looked at this as well, and there's pros and cons with each of the slight variations from the current signed route through there. But each of the routes that's chosen or being discussed includes a left and a right turn across another route. So there's a left and right turn across Scarcroft Road at some point, and then also the crossing at Nunnery Lane, which as shown on that one is an existing Pelican crossing.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Fine. Is there anything else for this? Anything else? Or
does that answer your question, Councillor Perrott, or was there any additional information that you wanted whilst we've got this screen up?
Yeah, I mean, while we've got it up, I don't know if it might be worth just going through the other alternative routes, sort of not just that one. Is there any sort of contention about where the other routes would go, or are they quite firmly set in comparison to the western route?
They're not firmly set. If you go back, Becky, down about halfway down to then go slightly west. Yeah, so any of those north-south routes could be chosen. As I said, they've all got slight advantages and disadvantages. The route that's shown there seems to have the shortest section and crossing over Scarcroft Road, which is possibly why that one's been put forward. But then at the other extreme on the far west, you've got a similar situation of what is the existing signed route. So any of those routes could be possible. It's a case of just doing some fine refinement of them, I think.
Councillor Perrott, are you happy with that?
Yes, I think it's just good to sort of be talked through what the options are, because I know it's quite a long time, isn't it, to have the diversions in place.
I would just say that the very northwestern or northern tip of the diversion seems to go down a very narrow path, and it deviates significantly away from the existing signed route in that area. So it's just where it joins in at Skeldergate.
Where are you pointing?
If you go right to the top where the green line meets the blue line there,
All right, yeah.
That's a significant deviation from what is the existing signed route through that area. And I'm probably not recommending that connection, particularly in the COVID situation as well, because it's a narrower route.
And I suppose that lends itself to my sort of real concern about this, is we've got this application here now without this travel plan and without the construction traffic management plan having been agreed between CYC and the applicant, and we're being asked to make a decision based on only partial information. Could you explain whether there's going to be any further consultation with the public in respect of this travel plan, or will this just be something that you will now decide and that will be the condition?
Well,
let me just come on this one. This all depends. So it's all right. This all depends on what happens to this application this afternoon, and what members decide to do is the easiest way of putting it. In terms of, yes, we know that it's not decided yet, but the council officers have been working with the EA at this point and will continue to do so. I would suggest that potentially what we could do is delegate the final word into officers in conjunction with the chair and vice chair of this meeting, to ensure that, because you will obviously listen to everything, as will officers, that has been said. And once we get to a solution that officers are happy with the year, that we would then share it with chair and deputy chair to see if you agree with what we've come to. If you don't agree, then that's potentially the point that we may well have to bring it back to committee. But at this moment in time, I think it's just let us carry on. If you're happy with that, carry on to get the best solution possible, which is what we're trying to do, and delegate the final word into yourselves. It's just my suggestion.
Yeah, thank you. So this isn't necessarily a done deal at this stage, that we can still have further discussions, and if we can't reach a consensus as to a safe travel plan and construction management plan, that this application could then come back to committee.
Yes, if that's the case, I would hope that we would. Given that we're working together as we are now, I would say that we should be able to do that. But yeah, if it comes to a point where there's an absolute deal breaker, then yes, we could bring it back to committee.
Marvellous, thank you very much indeed. If you could take that share screen off and we get back, yes, marvellous, thank you. Are there any additional questions of officers? Councillor Taylor.
Right, so I apologise, I'm coming back to the same issue of the western cycle diversion, this green line that you've just shown us. That to me just seems utterly ridiculous, and I can't imagine any cyclist taking that route. If I was a cyclist coming up Bishopthorpe Road, I'd just carry on up Bishopthorpe Road. So has there been any investigation as to how we just make Bishy Road safer for cyclists, and then they will use that?
Ian, Tim, can you pick that one up, please?
No, sorry, George. In terms of picking that up, obviously, one thing, I mean, you're right. Obviously, the route is not as direct as say going up Bishopthorpe Road, and once that's a proposed diversion route, it wouldn't be all cyclists who would use it. Obviously, every cyclist is different in terms of their proficiency and confidence on the road. And you're right, some people will just go up Bishopthorpe Road, or depending on also where the start and end points of their journeys are, they may take a completely different route if they're coming further. So if they go from Bishopthorpe to the middle of town, they might just go down Tadcaster Road, for example. So that you've got all these variations here as well. In terms of with Bishopthorpe Road itself, then, well, I mean, this application is for floodworks, and obviously any sort of conditions have to be proportionate and directly relevant to the proposal. So that we can only go so far in terms of that, and it's providing a diversion rather than sort of redesigning the entire like significant section of adjoining highways is what I'd say. In terms of that, it would probably fail to meet the necessary tests set out in government guidance for planning conditions. I don't know if Ian's got anything to add.
So, only as I mentioned earlier, it is only the western route is a variation of an existing signed cycle route on the York Route cycle route map. So yes, it's a route that's not significantly different to one that is there already. I agree with Tim that cycles have different origins and destinations and have different purposes for going along Terry Avenue, and they might make different route choices. And also, I think Bishopthorpe Road is 20 mile an hour anyway, so traffic should be going at a relatively slower speed to many other of the arterial routes into York.
As Bishopthorpe Road is 20 miles an hour, are you suggesting that should be a cycle route then?
It's a route that is already available to cyclists that are proficient and confident, those that would be willing to cycle on road. The western route is provided for those that are less confident cyclists and would prefer a quieter route.
Okay, I suspect nobody will use it. Back to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I've got just a couple of questions. Paragraph 5.32, the Council's Public Protection Officer, in respect to the noise assessment, it states that some residents of Waterfront House may be temporarily relocated. At whose cost? And what would that look like? And do we have any indication as to the timescales? And is that a definite? 5.32, page 30.
And that was part of the information submitted with the application. The council's environmental health officer has considered that. They've got no objection subject to the construction environmental management plan condition. In terms of actually moving out and something like that, that would be, I think, something you need to take up directly with the applicant. I'm not sure what direct arrangements, whether there's any, in terms of financial, their implications are. I think that's something that's just take up with the Environment Agency. That's not something we've got the direct information for, I believe, in terms of that level of detail.
Okie dokie, thank you very much. Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions about some of the proposed conditions. Should I ask those questions of officers now or later?
Yeah, please do.
Now, all right, okay. I've got two questions. Try and find where I made notes about them. One of them is to do with the public protection recommendation of a condition related to vibrations and structural surveys, and adding that to the construction environmental management plan, and whether that should be part of condition 4 or whether that's conditioned in a different way.
And so the construction environmental management plan is all encompassing. So yeah, it covers noise, vibration, and dust as well during the demolition site preparation.
I mean, condition 4 specifically mentions dust, so we can be sure that it's definitely in there, whereas it doesn't mention vibrations or the need for surveying.
No, my wording says prior to commencement of development, a construction environmental management plan for minimising creation of noise, vibration, and dust during the demolition.
Okay.
And so that's my idea. So I appreciate the second sentence in terms of dust impacts. That's because they're referencing the IAQM guidance on that. But yeah, it explicitly refers to vibration as well.
Okay, all right, thank you. My other question is also to do with the construction environment management plan and ecology. In ecology's report, paragraph 3.13, they've said that the project is confined to terrestrial habitats, and so they haven't recommended anything to do with the river and water habitats. But I don't know whether when they wrote that report, they were aware that there's been an agreement that water that's needed for part of the construction will be taken from the river rather than brought in order to reduce construction traffic. So I'm wondering whether there also needs to be something in the CEMP about use of the river and ecology.
We can add that if members consider it necessary. You'll have to decide that at the end when you come to vote whether or not you want that added to the condition. But yeah, that seems reasonable.
Keep that in mind, Councillor Melly, so we don't forget. Right. If there aren't any further questions, and this is last call at this stage, though we will have opportunity. Councillor Hollier, go on in under the wire.
Apologies. Apologies. This is slightly half-formed as well in my mind. I know that in some of the comments from Sports England and the playing field side of things, they've referred to an expectation, I guess, that once the pitch is returned to its sort of old site, that it would be done so sort of slightly better. I think the condition says it will be returned to the same or better, and currently it's referred to as being sort of low grade. I'm just wondering, presumably they have no intention of returning it to sort of poor quality, and if the sort of consultation responses are on the assumption that they're going to end up with a slightly better pitch at the end of it, could that condition be strengthened, or, to say, returned to a particularly better condition, specified, or is this a kind of reasonableness thing where it's only really reasonable to say it can be returned to the same condition it's in at the moment? I hope that kind of makes sense.
Yeah,
That's what I'd picked up on as well.
It makes sense, but it's exactly what you've just said in terms of reasonableness, of whether or not that's reasonable to ask that for part of this development. And given that, yeah, I get exactly what you're saying in terms of what's there now, but you can't suddenly ask for it to be so much better than what's there now. They've got to make it to at least what it is now, if not marginally better, but we can't ask them for a 3G or something like that. We can have a discussion with them, but whether or not it's reasonable to ask that it be a better grade, I don't think that you could ask for that.
I mean, presumably they've no intention of deliberately returning it to a low grade.
Tim.
So I was just going to comment that there have been discussions with the EA and the Council's Park Services about that. I mean, the pitch itself, I don't know if familiar members are with. Obviously, it's very informal. It's got teams on. It's not like technically designed goalposts. It's the issues there are is I think the site was historically a landfill. And the issue is in terms of sort of water accumulation near the goalpost. So I think in terms of the betterment, it was looking at probably providing some artificial sort of like patches near the goal, in the goal mouth area to just improve that. So I think that was what the EA had discussed our park service to that. And as Becky said, we can't sort of hold them to materially improve it. But I think that's what sort of they've been discussing doing. They've indicated they were willing to do that when they put the posts back. So it's that kind of level of information. But it's not, you know, it's not like a formal pitch in sort of FA requirements in terms of sort of like height and not height, you know, sort of length and everything like in terms of sort of teams playing on it.
Great, thank you. And I would just remind members that we will get an opportunity to discuss further issues raised by the public speakers before we move into debate. So I propose now that we give our tech teams some time to get the public speakers together. They will be on audio as opposed to on screen. And they've asked if we can adjourn for 30 minutes. It's now 11:20, so can we reconvene no later than 11:50? That's 10 to 12. For members of the public, a holding screen will come up that's got the City of York website on. It will come down and we will recommence this committee at 11:50 or thereabouts. Okay, thank you very much.
Daniel Rust.
Join the meeting.
Jonathan Burkitt.
Join the meeting.
Tony May.
Joined the meeting.
Environment Agency.
Joined the meeting.
Rosie.
Joined the meeting.
Environment Agency.
Rosie. Joined the meeting.
Christopher Ranger.
Joined the meeting.
Councillor Pete Kilbane.
Joined the meeting.
Joined the meeting.
Craig Fisher.
Joined the meeting.
Daniel Salisbury.
Join the meeting. Join the meeting.
Kilbane.
Joined the meeting.
Right, and thank you. Welcome back to the meeting, everybody. We will now go into the public speakers. These will be on audio, and I will say from the outset, so that I don't repeat it every time, is that welcome back,
Rebecca Lack. Join the meeting.
Thanks, and apologies for that. As I say, we will now go into public participation. Each member of the public, when called, will have 3 minutes. At the end of that 3 minutes, I will then say they can leave the meeting, but I'm more than happy for them to continue watching the webcast. The public speakers. Sorry, I've got an echo. Audio, and I will say at the outset, so that I don't repeat it every time, is that welcome back, Rebecca Lack. Join the meeting. Right, there seems to be a bit of a delay on the feed that I'm getting on my audio. I don't know if everybody else can hear that. Yeah. Right. I've been asked to ask the members of the public if they could turn the webcast off whilst they're listening in. I think that's where the sound's coming from. Right. That seems, yeah, as though everybody has now turned theirs off. So I will now go to the first member of the public, which is Ms. Rebecca Lack. Are you there, Rebecca?
Hello, my name is Gwen Swinburne.
Join the meeting.
Can you hear me?
Again, could I just ask that all the people that are phoning in, if you could turn your webcast off, that would be incredibly helpful, because otherwise we're getting a delayed audio on our earpieces. Right, hopefully that's resolved that. Rebecca Lack, are you available?
Yes, I'm here.
Marvellous, marvellous. Welcome, Rebecca. You have 3 minutes. When it's 30 seconds left, I will just give you a short prompt.
Okay.
Start any time.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Rebecca Lack. There is no sign, welcome to Terry Avenue. Many who use it do not know this stretch of riverside has a name, but I consider Terry Avenue to be a linear park, a destination in its own right, visited by thousands over the course of the year, a park that never closes. Terry Ave is wide and offers a variety of surfaces. Lampposts provide light on murky winter afternoons.
Join the meeting.
Sorry, Rebecca. Do you just want to repeat your last sentence? Hello, can you still hear me?
Hello?
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 Yes, sorry.
Yes.
We just had a slight problem there. Could you just repeat your last couple of sentences, or if you'd like to start again, that would be fine.
Yes, thank you. I will start again.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, okay. So my name is Rebecca Lack. There is no sign, welcome to Terry Ave. Many who use it do not know this stretch of riverside has a name, but I consider Terry Avenue a linear park, a destination in its own right, visited by thousands over the course of the year, a park that never closes. Terry Ave is wide and offers a variety of surfaces. Lampposts provide light on murky winter afternoons as well as after dark. The tarmac means it can be used all year round. The trees provide natural shading on hot days. Terry Ave is accessible. There are no drop curbs or barriers restricting or limiting access. The level surface draws pedestrians of all ages, including people with pushchairs. It is popular with adults cycling with children on board or accompanying youngsters pedalling independently. People with disabilities riding cycles that are bespoke or adapted to provide independent mobility find a place here. The tarmac also makes Terry Ave accessible to people with impaired sight. The elderly couple who are regulars, she can't see, so is led by her husband, but he uses a wheeled walker and relies on his wife for additional support. It's sufficiently quiet here that the daughter can talk to her father, whose voice has hushed with illness in the passing years, and hear his reply as she pushes him in a wheelchair. A place you can simply be, like the father who, day in, day out, all year round, brings his adult son who is in a wheelchair due to severe physical and mental disabilities. A place for the grandma who reads to her granddaughter on the piers and who, as the child gets older, will herself be read to here. Terry Ave is an egalitarian space. There's no entry fee, membership requirements, or need for expensive equipment. York is a divided city, but Terry Ave is open to everyone. Here, income and education are irrelevant. You see humanity in all its shapes, sizes, and degrees of fitness and infirmity. This enables empathy and fosters acceptance. It promotes community. Resting on the seating, you get into conversation with strangers. Terry Ave also facilitates understanding of how to use and negotiate shared public space. And there is space here. Space for the thousands of children and young people whose schools are closed. Space for the furloughed and the newly unemployed come to terms with the lack of income and the loss of security and structure for their lives. Space for families with restricted room at home. Space for those who work from home. Space for all who need a break and a change of scene. Terry Ave was always a place for recovery and building resilience. This uniquely important location is, in short, a place for our times. There is no substitute. Therefore, I ask that the planning application be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask members, do they have any questions for this speaker? No, thank you very much indeed. Please continue to listen to the webcast if you'd like. We will now move to our second speaker, which is Maeve Pearson, who's speaking in objection on behalf of the York Cycle Campaign. Maeve, are you available?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Again, you have 3 minutes. I'll give you 30 seconds before the end as a prompt.
Okay.
Please start whenever you like.
Okay. Hello. Am I ready to start?
Yes, ready whenever you
are. My name is Maeve Pearson, and I'm been asked to come here to read out a statement from York Cycle Campaign. We would like to draw the committee's attention to serious safety concerns regarding the traffic management plan associated with this application. The Environment Agency estimates that some 30 HGVs will access Butcher Terrace every day. This equates to an HGV coming up and down the road approximately every 8 minutes. HGVs pose a disproportionate risk to both cyclists and pedestrians. Accident statistics show that approximately 1/5 of the serious accidents between HGVs and cyclists result in a fatality, compared to around 2% of the serious accidents between cars and cyclists. Most of the collisions between cyclists and HGVs occur during lorry manoeuvres and/or at junctions. During an average pre-COVID morning rush hour, some 500 cyclists and 200 pedestrians pass along Butcher Terrace in 1 hour, many of whom are children. Since the coronavirus pandemic, more people have been walking on the road to enable social distancing, and although the rush hour peak has lessened, there are many more cyclists and pedestrians using the route throughout the day to exercise, access shops, and get themselves to work and school. The Cycle Campaign is also concerned by the suggested diversion route for cyclists. Terry Avenue is a safe and mostly traffic-free route and a key north-south active travel corridor in York. As it stands, the proposed alternative does not offer anything close to the level of safety or accessibility that Terry Avenue does, and will result in discouraging people from walking and cycling at precisely the time when the city needs to rapidly increase active travel. We hope that the committee are taking on board the serious issues raised in objections submitted by Professor Tony May on behalf of the Civic Trust and by Professor of Transport Safety Oliver Carsten. The York Cycle Campaign supports all the recommendations that they both make. In addition, we'd like to ask the committee 3 questions and also for a clarification regarding something that was mentioned this morning. I'll start with a clarification which is addressed to Tim, please, if this is okay. So there was a point made this morning regarding a response from the Micklegate Planning Panel that suggested that they were in support of these changes that are occurring at the moment. We've had some contact from a member of this panel who would ask for clarification about whether or not that actually meant support on the grounds that they said their statement was that the decision is we do not object but wish to make comments or seek safeguards. So we just I'd like to ask for some clarification on that. And the general questions we want to ask is what measures are in place to ensure the safety of walkers and cyclists displaced from Terry Avenue into the open diversionary routes. How are the Council and Environment Agency going to ensure that safe social distancing can continue along Butcher Terrace? And how is the tragic incident in 2008 when cyclist Ruby Milne died after a collision with HGV at York Racecourses informing the traffic management plan presented here? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Could I ask members, do they have any questions of Ms. Pearson? If you'd like to raise your hands. No, in that case, thank you very much indeed for your contribution, and I'm sure that the points that you've raised will get discussed further.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our third speaker is Daniel Salisbury, a resident speaking in objection. Daniel, are you available?
I am. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Please, you have 3 minutes. Start whenever you like. I will give you the 30-second prompt.
Super. Thank you. I've been asked to speak by a number of neighbours and residents within Terry Street, Butcher Street, and Finsbury Street. So I've actually got 6 points to raise, but I can do that comfortably within the time limits. We've already touched on the response to social distancing, the restrictions and national guidance, but will the CTMP be reviewed now that the Rooms Hotel is actually open? And obviously there will be an increase in traffic movement there. Second point, will access be restricted at the north end of Terry Avenue to prevent it from being used as a rat run to reach Skeldergate? The third point, will cyclists be able to ride through Roundtree Park, and will it be restricted overnight? Fourth point, will there be restrictions in place to prevent construction traffic and caravans blocking Beresford Terrace, Finsbury Street and Terry Street, which are all very narrow? Fifth point, will Terry Avenue be reinstated following completion of works, or will it be maintained for traffic movement? It's currently restricted for traffic other than sort of works vehicles. And finally, a point which I've added in response to the discussions earlier today, with the football pitch, my understanding is that the football pitch is to be used as a contractor's compound, which would presumably have a roadstone or type 1 material laid onto the earth. When the works are finished and the compound and the contractor's area is cleared, there will need to be some conditions to ensure that the roadstone and the hard materials are properly removed and the pitch cleared to mitigate the risk of injury for people using the pitch subsequently. So those are my six points. If you'd like me to expand on any of those, I'd be happy to.
Marvellous. Thank you very much indeed. Members, do you have any questions? Councillor Taylor and Councillor Melly, but Councillor Taylor first.
Can we just ask the officers to answer those questions, please?
Absolutely, yes. I was just going to make that point that when we get the opportunity to discuss with officers, I'm sure we will, the points that have been raised. Councillor Melly.
Can you come back to me, Chair?
Certainly, yes. Is it this participant that you want to speak to? Yeah. Thank you. I'm just gonna have to fill for a second whilst Councillor Melly is getting back to us. You say that you're speaking on behalf of a number of residents, Mr. Salisbury. Are these residents that live in the area?
They are. They're neighbours and residents from within Beresford, Finsbury, Butcher Terrace, and Terry Street. So five individuals who have raised concerns. We've had a sort of informal meetings, and we've had a couple of more structured meetings, just really to look at the various concerns. So rather than having 5 individual speakers, the suggestion was that I could sort of bring these concerns forward.
Thank you very much indeed. I think we've got Councillor Melly back and ready.
Yeah, sorry about that, Chair. I wanted to put my hand up so you knew I wanted to ask a question, but hadn't quite prepared yet. I was just wondering whether the speakers had a chance.
Councillor Melly, I'm just going to have to put you on hold for a second because we seem to have lost Councillor Taylor. In that he's not on screen, and as I did point out at the beginning of the meeting, we do need to ensure that all members are available at all times. I'm not quite sure what's happened. Councillor Taylor, are you back with us? Yes. Sorry, Councillor Melly, I didn't mean. Sorry, I'm holding you again. Sandra, do you have a legal perspective?
Yes, Chair, could Councillor Taylor confirm whether or not he's actually missed any part of the discussions or the questions or the answers that you were just going through? I didn't really quite notice myself at what point Councillor Taylor left the meeting.
No, I think he left. I think he left just before Councillor Melly started to speak, and I don't think she'd actually got to her question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question for the speaker is whether or not he's had a chance to look at the proposed conditions, which if we did approve, these conditions would apply. Condition 20 is to do with the preparation and implementation of the site compound and its removal. Just wondering if he's had a chance to see it, and if he feels that condition is strong enough to assuage the concern he raised about the removal of the compound and restoring it back to grass, or whether he feels more or differently worded conditions are needed. I can read it out if you're not able to see the condition yourself.
If allowance has been to reinstate to a satisfactory standard afterwards, then I wouldn't see it as being an issue. My main concern, having worked extensively on school contracts, was that quite often the contractor's compound area would be on a school playing field or a pitch, and historically there have been issues with sort of roadstone and waste material being left behind after the works are completed. So if it's already in there as a condition, then I don't see it needs reinforcing.
So the condition is that development, no development shall take place until there's been submitted and approved in writing construction details and methodology, which includes the reinstatement of the grassland to an equal or better standard across the areas allocated to the site compound. So the exact details haven't been agreed yet for this committee, but if it was approved, development couldn't commence until it had been agreed.
No, that's reassuring. Thank you.
Yeah, does that assuage? Do you feel that's enough, or do you still have concerns?
No, I think equivalent or better then is quite clear, assuming that the condition of the pitch as it stands is properly recorded. Otherwise, there's no benchmark to start from.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions for this speaker? No, that's fine. The next speaker that we had registered is no longer available. So I understand that the next speaker that we actually have is Christopher Ranger. Mr. Ranger, are you available?
Chair, this is Chris. He will just be calling in now, Mr. Ranger. He'll just be joining us in 1 second.
Okay, that's fine. If you could, if you could plug him in, and he could tell us that he's available, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Will do, Chair.
And that disembodied voice was the marvellous democracy officers that we've got working behind the scenes to try to make this as seamless a process as we possibly can. And, you know, apologies for the slight problems we had at the beginning of this second session. I hope it didn't detract from, well, I would say your enjoyment of this hearing, but I don't know whether that's necessarily the right phrase. Sandra, you'd like to come in again? Is that right?
Chair, yes, thank you. Just whilst we're waiting, I just wonder whether if we have permanently lost Mr. Moss, whether he did submit any submissions in writing which the committee could consider. I don't know whether he did that.
I'm not aware of a written submission. And now you see our disembodied voice. Chris, Mr. Moss.
Chair, he spoke with another speaker, and I believe it was Mr. Salisbury who just spoke to you, who spoke on behalf of Mr. Moss as well.
Is that okay? Are you happy with that, Sandra? Yep, thank you. And we still, I don't believe, have Mr. Ranger, which means we can't actually go to the speaker after him. We do need just to hang on. I hope it won't be too lengthy a delay. Times like this, if I was more of a professional, I'd find something to fill with, but some interesting anecdote about planning committees, but perhaps not. Just wondering if we've got any indication from our democracy officers whether there's any prospect of Mr. Ranger joining us soon.
Chair, there must have been a different problem. Can I suggest that we move on to the next speaker and just apologise in advance to the next speaker if that caller joins us? It will slightly interrupt them as they join the meeting, and we can get them to repeat and then put Mr. Ranger back in.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. The next speaker that we have on our list is Mr. Andrew Bernard, who's another resident in objection. Andrew, Mr. Bernard, are you available?
Yes, I am.
Ah, marvellous. I don't know if you just heard what was said, that we seem to have lost our previous speaker. If whilst when he comes back in, there will be a slight disruption saying that he's re-entered the meeting.
Christopher Ranger.
Ah, and
Join the meeting.
I will continue with you, Mr. Bernard, and then we will go back to Mr. Ranger. If that's okay with you, do you have your submission ready? And I will give you 3 minutes whenever you'd like to start.
Yes, I have it ready.
Marvellous. So if you'd like to make a start, that would be fantastic.
Fine, thank you. To start with, I'd like to introduce myself. because what I have done in the past is relevant to the comments I'm going to make. I retired in 2014 after more than 50 years experience in the construction industry. I have a degree from Manchester, a postgraduate degree from Imperial College. I've been a member of the Institution of Civil Engineers for 60 years this month. I'm a fellow of the institution, that's his highest grade. I'm also registered as a European engineer, so I can practice anywhere in Europe, even if we go no longer part of Europe. The last 30 years I spent running my own consulting engineering practice, and I have to say I'm not concerned with anything that's been said about pedestrian cyclists and so on, because I appreciate after my experience in construction over all those years that you can't make an omelette without breaking some eggs. People will have to put up for temporary inconvenience on a lot of contracts, every contract, for the common good at the end of the day. Now, my interest in this matter is personal because I own a house in Poston Close, which is on Terry Avenue, and because of my engineering background, I've been involved with the defences in the area since 2006, and in fact developed a proposal for a demountable barrier across Clementhorpe many years ago. There's more than that, because I'm chairman of the Bishop's Wharf Management Company, which is responsible for the whole of the Poston Close development. So I have a duty to my leaseholders to ensure that the flood defences which are being designed by the Environment Agency are adequate. Now, the levels in Clementhorpe, and I'm restricting my comments largely to Clementhorpe, have to be obtained by design flood levels from the river between the Viking Recorder and the Foss Barrier Recorder. At the moment, there's no difference between them, so there's no flow. But as the river rises, the flow increases, and at the maximum in 2000, Viking was at 10.4, Foss Barrier was at 10.2, so there was a fall of 0.2 meters. The criteria adopted by the Environment Agency are that they take a 1 in 100 year flood level, they add a 2.4 percentage due to the flow in the next 100 years. That
you have 30 seconds, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, so I can't go through all I was going to say. It's a difficult subject. What I have to say is that I do not agree with the levels which have been adopted by the Environment Agency for the properties along Terry Avenue, and I think they must be reassessed by the Environment Agency. I haven't got much more details, but I can't, obviously in the time, I can't go into them.
Thank you. I would just ask members, do you have any questions of Mr. Bernard? No. Well, could I ask you then, Mr. Bernard, if you could succinctly just highlight some of the points that you would have raised, specifically around where you feel that this this development it does not meet your belief as to how this should be put together.
Yeah, okay. My concern is this, that the computer prediction by the Environment Agency does not represent a convincing prediction of levels. Now, that means that if the levels are not correct, then the designs for the defence cannot be correct. It's a technical matter and very hard to put in 3 minutes. In fact, very difficult to explain at all. I spent an hour and a half yesterday discussing these with the Environment Agency representatives and their hydrologists, and we could not come to an agreement. Since the discussion yesterday, I was sent a revised set of levels, which are still not adequate. For example, the level at Foss Barrier is now predicted to be lower than it was in the year 2000 when we have the maximum flood, and this cannot possibly be correct. That has implications for the levels of defences of Rooms Hotel, the Caravan Park, Duke's Wharf, Waterfront House, Poston House and Poston Close. And my concerns must be addressed, please.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sure we will have the opportunity to discuss that when the speaker from the Environment Agency comes. Thank you very much indeed for your contribution. I will now go back to Mr. Ranger if he's available. Mr. Ranger, are you available?
Yes, I'm available. I'm sorry for that problem. My phone battery ran out, so I've had to dial in again.
Right, that's absolutely fine. Just to reconfirm, you have 3 minutes. I will give you a 30-second prompt, and if you could keep as close as you can to the 3 minutes, that would be helpful.
Okay.
But before you start, sir, I think Councillor Taylor's screen has frozen because all I see is a huge finger. We may have to put you on hold. Right, he's back. Right, as you were, Mr. Ranger, start whenever you like. I'll start the count when you start speaking.
Okay, thank you. Hello, members. Like the previous speaker, I'm a retired civil engineer. I was the principal construction engineer with British Waterways, which is now the Canal and Rivers Trust, and I was also a fellow of the Institution of Civil Engineers. During my long career with British Waterways, I became very familiar with the problems of constructing major works in sites with restricted access and in close proximity to the public. I sympathise with the Environment Agency and their contractor and designers with the problem that these works present, but I believe that they've failed to design a proper construction and access methodology that properly respects the importance of Terry Avenue as a safe route for pedestrians and cyclists. And I think listening to the previous speakers from the York Cycle campaign, it does seem very upsetting, really, that after all this time and consultation, we still haven't got a plan that people can feel comfortable signing up to. And this is a very serious matter. In particular, from looking at it from my experience, I don't understand why they based the compound for the Clementhorpe works so far away at Butcher Terrace. There's plenty of space to use in Skeldergate itself at the northern end of Terry Avenue to be able to set up site cabins, plant materials and such like. And that would avoid the long journey up Terry Avenue and, of course, all the traffic in Butcher Terrace as well. And the barrier at Butcher Terrace could be treated as a separate entity and isn't actually a major piece of work, really. I believe it's perfectly possible to arrange the construction work so that public access along Terry Avenue can be maintained. This may require cyclists to dismount on occasion and walk along bits of the path, and it would require Terrace fencing, secure fencing to separate the public from the construction work. And it would, of course, require the contractor to employ staff at crossing points to manage public safety. I've done this sort of thing many a time before with pedestrians and with vehicles in difficult situations. It just needs the initiative and obviously a bit of money as well to pay for things. Now, if today's meeting approves these important works and resolves the actual levels as well, listening interestingly to the previous speaker, members must make that approval conditional that Terry Avenue remains open. Make it conditional that Terry Avenue remains open for most of the construction period. It's very, for example, you could require that the Terry Avenue is only closed for no more than 10 days overall throughout the construction period for essential closures, and that any such closure should only apply from 9:30 to 3:30, so that it's open at other times. And during those times, if there was a need for an interruption, that you could require the contractor to make that no more than 30 minutes.
Could I ask you to draw to a close, sir?
I will draw to a close right now. I think that's probably enough said. I've got the points across, and thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Many thanks. Before you go, can I just ask members, do you have any questions of this speaker? No, that's great. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I will now go to our next speaker, who is Tony May, who's speaking in objection and on behalf of the York Civic Trust. Professor May, are you available?
I am, Chair. Thank you.
You know the process. You have 3 minutes, sir. I'll start whenever you start speaking. I will give you a 30-second prompt.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a qualified traffic engineer and transport planner and chair York Civic Trust's Transport Advisory Group. The Civic Trust is fully supportive of the flood alleviation works which are proposed and accepts the need to act soon. However, we are extremely concerned about two safety implications of the construction traffic management plan. The first is the diversion routes proposed for cyclists while Terry Avenue is closed. With the recent growth in cycling post-COVID-19, we're talking about diverting somewhere around 1,200 cyclists per day. The route east of the river is unsuitable since it requires cyclists to cross the river twice and is seriously constrained at Blue Bridge. Most will, I argue, stay west of the river. The proposed western diversion is 60% longer than the current route, 10 minutes longer, and it's totally unprotected from traffic. It crosses 3 busy main roads. Given the flows on each of those roads, there is new Department for Transport guidance to be issued imminently and already available to the Council, which specifies a minimum of a parallel priority crossing for pedestrians and cyclists on each of those roads, yet none is proposed. We would actually expect most cyclists to use the much more direct Bishopthorpe Road route, but again, there is no safe provision for them to do so. And in response to Ian Stokes's comments, the DFT guidelines, given the flow on Bishopthorpe Road, specify a minimum of light segregation. A 20-mile-an-hour limit is not sufficient. Our other concern is the Butcher Terrace Bishopthorpe Road junction, which is the main access to the Millennium Bridge. With the growth in cycling, this junction will have over 3,000 cyclists per day using it, but it will also have large numbers of construction vehicles turning in and out, moving across the path of oncoming cyclists. And it's well known, as we've heard from the cycle campaign, that turning construction vehicles are a major source of cyclist fatalities. The applicant's road safety audit makes absolutely no reference to the number of cyclists diverted or of the safety of the diversion route, and it totally ignores the impact of construction vehicles in claiming that, and I quote, there would be no safety-related problems associated with Butcher Terrace.
30 seconds.
Extraordinarily, the only safety risks it identifies are leaves and sediments on the cycle paths, which need to be cleared, and temporary signs in the wrong places. If the scheme goes ahead as proposed, the impacts on cycle safety will rebound not on the applicant, but on the council. We have offered our own suggestions in our submission for mitigation, specifically on Bishopthorpe Road, but we ask that in approving the application, which I assume will in due course happen, a condition is imposed that requires a full and independent road safety audit to be conducted and all necessary remedial measures implemented before the closure takes place.
Thank you.
That's my statement, and I'd be very happy to answer questions on it.
Thank you. Members, any questions? I have one, Professor May. Just at the end of your submission, you discussed an alternative planning condition that could be put in place. Have you submitted that to the council before this meeting?
What I've said this morning is a summary of the submission which our chief executive placed on the planning portal on Friday of last week.
Thank
so
you.
that recommendation is in there.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Fenton with a question. Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Chair. So I suppose following on from that, so the most recent submission that you referred to, Professor May, there hasn't been the opportunity as yet for the Transport Advisory Group to engage with either the EA or the Council on that. Is that a fair assumption?
No, you're absolutely right. I have a meeting of the Transport Advisory Group this evening, and we will be putting our objection before that so that they're aware of what has been submitted. I have had extensive discussions with members of the York Cycling Campaign, but I have to say that the Trust was totally unaware of the revisions to the application and the major reports that were submitted on the 5th of March, until the York Cycle Campaign drew them to our attention. So there's been a breakdown in communication somewhere there, and we had to react at rather short notice to submit our objection.
Okay. Yeah, and just one other question for me, Chair. You mentioned the Blue Bridge, which I'm sure anyone who has walked or cycled over it appreciates it is something of a pinch point. Is the civic mention was made earlier of a temporary bridge being installed whilst the Blue Bridge itself is renovated? I just wondered whether you thought that might present an opportunity for a more accessible route to be created that might overcome some of the concerns that you and others have raised about the suitability of the diversion route on that side of the river as an alternative to Terry Avenue.
Well, yes, it would clearly help, provided that the temporary replacement bridge is wide enough to allow social distancing between pedestrians and cyclists. But I also commented that the problem with the eastern route as a replacement for Terry Avenue is it requires the cyclists to cross the river twice. They will be on Terry Avenue because they're on the west side of the river. And Millennium Bridge is fine, but at the other end, they have either to cross Skeldergate Bridge or Ouse Bridge. And if we're talking about several hundred cyclists doing that, that frankly is not a safe proposition.
Thank you.
Thank you. And unless there are any further questions, I will thank you very much, Professor May. I'm sure many of the points that you've raised will be discussed further.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gwen Swinburne, a resident who is wanting to speak in support of this application. Ms. Swinburne, are you available?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. Yes.
Oh, great. Okay. I think I'm a minority speaker here.
That's fine. You will have 3 minutes, and I will start the timer when you start speaking. I will give you a 30-minute prompt.
30 seconds. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
30-second prompt. Yes.
I know it'd be nice to have 30 minutes, but yes. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to strongly support this application. Having been involved in such schemes in a past life, I can say that I have never seen such an ongoing and responsive consultation effort. The team has clearly gone above and beyond the normal process. They have adapted multiple elements of the scheme, following multiple rounds of consultations to accommodate as many issues as possible. One key street, which enjoys now and will in the future being a no-through road, is being asked to sacrifice for the good of the 135 homes that will be saved from future flooding. Cyclists will need to adapt to alternative routes, which are being well discussed. But this sacrifice will produce an amazing community good, and we won't have to pay for weeks of 24-hour flood teams to protect those houses in the future either. The scheme, I understand, has come in much more costly than envisaged. I'm therefore concerned that in condition 12, the agency, having made so many commitments already, is being asked to fund and deliver new cycle infrastructure projects. This will further delay the scheme, perhaps past another flood season. It will also add costs. It's not the agency's job to do that. We know councillors are keen to have others pay for infrastructure, but this looks unreasonable and a step too far. I worry that any more demands or delays may make the project unviable. We know what that means. It may not go ahead, or the agency may be obligated to require the council to co-fund it, which is not the case at present as I understand it. Can you please ask the agency to address this viability issue? Surely, Chair, after all this time and effort and money and time, the officer's recommendation should be supported in the interest of the city as a whole and that small but vulnerable communities specifically. It is for the council with government grants to improve cycle infrastructure, not the agency. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. Members, are there any questions for this speaker? No, in which case I'd like to thank you very much indeed for your time. And we will move on to the 9th speaker, I believe, Daniel Rust. Mr. Rust, are you available?
Good afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon. Welcome. And as you've already heard, you have 3 minutes. I will give you a 30-second prompt, and there may be questions after your submission. So if you would just like to hang on. I will start whenever you do.
Thank you. I'm a resident of the area of 135 homes to be protected by the Flood Defence Works, and have been asked by a number of residents to speak to support the application. In February and March of this year, the Clementhorpe area suffered prolonged flooding, with river levels reaching 4.7 metres related to Viking River Recorder. The City of York sandbag barrier and pump was very welcome, but could only be built to a level of 5 metres. Therefore, it became very close to being overtopped, particularly as predictions of the cumulative effect of the 3 storms was for river levels to reach 5.1 metres. In 2000, river levels reached 5.4 metres. In 2012, 5.1 metres, and in 2015, 5.2 metres. The proposed barrier will give protection to 5.7 metres and will therefore give protection against a flood that is yet to occur. This is future-proofing to reflect the increased average annual river levels in flood conditions. It is appreciated that associated measures to slow the flow, along with individual flood alleviation measures to decrease the flood risk for all, will also need to be taken. As a daily cyclist and pedestrian user of Terry Avenue, I am aware of the implications for so many that the travel plans have for the duration of the works. However, the level of construction traffic predicted is, I feel, no different to that which the Clementhorpe area has had to endure for the past 2 years for the building of the Rooms Hotel, all of which was routed through the area to be protected by the Flood Defence Works. There was no segregation of construction traffic from all other road users, including the portion of Terry Avenue between Clementhorpe and the site. There are no incidents or lasting implications that I am aware of. I'm not seeking to minimise the risks or challenges involved in proximity of such traffics, but merely to ask for a sense of proportion. The local residents whose homes have previously suffered flooding and who live with a constant fear of repeat of such an unpleasant experience are fully appreciative of the disruption that the works are going to cause for so many for the duration of construction works. I ask that the Planning Committee, along with the wider community, have sympathy for the regular threat of flooding devastation that we suffer and show both compassion and understanding in facilitating the works to lift flood risk from our lives and properties. Thank you.
Many thanks. Members, are there any questions of Mr. Rust? No, I have a question. Have you personally suffered a flooding incident?
Personally, no. I live in River Street, and if you've ever been to River Street, some of the houses are more modern and they were built higher because by then flood risk was known. The 12 houses opposite had suffered flooding, as have houses in the end of Lower Darnborough Street. So my house came very close, right up to the front step, and we were marooned in the house because it floods all the area around. But I personally haven't suffered flooding, but I've looked out of my window and seen the misery of my neighbours.
And I was just going to ask you about that. You mentioned in your submission about the stress and anxiety that flooding causes, particularly when there's a forecast or when the river levels are rising. But I just wondered if you could sort of describe how that actually feels. I've been very lucky in that I live in an area that isn't subject to the risk of flooding. So I'd like just to understand from your perspective how this is how the risk of flooding leaves you feeling.
I think it's pretty much an annual event, at least once a year, that the river appears at the end of River Street and the end of Clementhorpe. We know when it's particularly a bad one that's forecast when the City Council arrive and start building the sand barriers, and of course we can use the Environment Agency website as well to get predictions of levels. The sandbag, which we're very grateful for from the City of Council, is only part of the story because water also comes through the drains, so there has to be a pump running, and that pump is running 24 hours a day, and so we have to live with the fear that the sandbags may give way or that the pump may fail, in which case water will be the other side of the barrier and it will actually be a hindrance rather than a help.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. If that's okay, we will now move on to our next speakers, who are the ward councillors. And the next speaker I have on my list is Councillor Rosie Baker. Councillor Baker, are you available?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I'm here.
Marvellous. If you'd like to make a start, you have 3 minutes. I will give you a 30-second prompt.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I am extremely pleased that this application is now being heard in its rightful place at this committee. I would like to extend my sincere thanks and heartfelt thanks to all residents and the interest groups who have spent countless hours getting to this point to get their views across. Every resident of Clementhorpe in the flood risk zones deserves the full protection from catastrophic flooding that these works will provide with no further delays. Every single user of the surrounding areas for that 12 months also deserves full protection from any and all road safety risks that are going to be generated by these works. I have a duty of care to all those residents. I would therefore like to just try and change people's perceptions that any delays up until now have not been solely due to the cycle fury, as it was once described quite insultingly by an EA representative at a public meeting. There have been many delays, some of which we've heard of today, to do with hydrology, the changing of the consultants used by the EA, revising major elements of the design of these works, and of course, spending some proper time to write and consult the access plans with the local community. So, as we know, the safety of these works is the issue that I'm trying to, and lots of the other speakers are trying to get across to you today. The safety during these works is what we must mitigate for and secure with proper conditions in the approval of this application today. So I would like to support the conditions that the York Civic Trust have put forward, the recommendations of the Micklegate Planning Panel, which I would just like to reiterate.
Join the meeting.
Oh gosh, that's annoying. The Micklegate Planning Panel recommendation is quite clear. that due to COVID-19, the government specifically asking councils to reallocate space for provision of walking and cycling but aid social distancing. That is something that really needs to be re-looked at now in the diversion route that we're offering pedestrians and cyclists. That's a major change, and it's a condition that we must look at to make sure that any diversion route now follows government guidance on social distancing. And of course, the other condition put forward very strongly and expertly by Tony May of the Civic Trust, that a full, updated independent safety audit must take place, and it must cover every possible location that these plans are going to be using. And like I said, updated data needs to take needs
30
to be taken
seconds,
into
Councillor
account.
Baker.
Thank you. So I would just like to draw your attention again to all the points about safety that the York Cycle Campaign, the Pedestrian Cyclists Together Group, Micklegate Planning Panel, York Civic Trust, please put in the conditions that they've been asking for. I wrote in February, the last time I was engaged in any discussions before none were continuing after March, and pushed the executive member for reassurance that safety would be paramount throughout these works. And I got that. Whatever safety measures are put in place will be closely monitored and revised. I will. They will be monitored and revised throughout the works, but I will only have trust in that if conditions are put in today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. Members, are there any questions for Councillor Baker? No? That's fine. Thank you very much indeed for that submission. I've been asked to delay for 1 minute whilst we wait for Councillor Kilbane to dial in. I don't know if he's available. Councillor Kilbane, do we have you?
Join the meeting.
Not yet, Chair. Just waiting.
Just waiting for him.
Another instance of a phone dying, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think it is going to be one of the occupational hazards, particularly for
Pavlovich. Shall I read Councillor?
Yes, please do.
Shall I do that while we're waiting?
Yeah. The final submission that we were planning from the public before we get to the EA was from Councillor Johnny Crawshaw. I'm just going to ask you, Becky, just to hold on, because we seem to have Councillor Taylor on the move, trying to charge his computer up. This is one of the things that we were talking about in respect of hopefully the public bearing with us in respect of technology issues. This is a new start for us.
Join the meeting.
I think we've got Councillor Kilbane now, but I will ask Becky if you will read Councillor Crawshaw's submission in the interim.
Shall I start that now?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind.
I wholeheartedly support the principle of the scheme. Permanent flood defences to protect the residents of Clementhorpe are long overdue, and I am incredibly disappointed that it has taken so long to reach this point, having been reassured by so many times by the Environment Agency that the Clementhorpe flood cell was a priority. I fully acknowledge the constraints of the site and recognise the specific difficulty it presents for access and construction. However, I am disappointed that more has not been done to mitigate against the loss of safe walking and cycling space along Terry Avenue, and remain concerned about the impact of on residents in the Butcher Terrace area. I further note that the property level flood resilience measures, promised to residents in the Millennium Bridge area have yet to materialise, despite having been promised more than 2 years ago. From the outset, I have argued that the payoff to the inconvenience of the Terry Avenue closure should be long-term gains to the walking and cycling infrastructure in the area. Sadly, I do not believe enough has been done in this regard. Many families will be impacted by the construction of these essential flood defences. Whilst this is in some degree both unavoidable and something that will have been tolerated in the spirit of support from the community to another, I am not yet reassured that every possible step has been taken to lessen the impact or ensure that the inconvenience is sufficiently acknowledged. Build back better seems to be the phrase of the moment, and it is crucial that it applies in this scheme for all the affected communities. All the best, Johnny. Okay.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Kilbane, have you managed to join us?
Yes, hello, Chair. Congratulations on navigating your way through all these difficult technical problems.
Well, right, whilst we've got you then, do you want to make a start?
Sure, yeah, thanks, Chair.
You've got
hello,
3
everyone.
minutes.
Yeah, great. So, yeah, on behalf of myself and Councillor Crawshaw, I'd like to speak in support of the development. It's 5 years since the Boxing Day floods. It's over 4 years since funding was announced for this programme. So, yeah, these defences are long overdue, and I commend the fortitude and the patience of the people of Clementhorpe who've had to put up with delays, vocal opposition and the threat of floods in February this year, which, while only 4 months ago, seems like a different lifetime. In February this year, it looked for a while as though the temporary defences were going to overtop. There's a couple of caveats. Firstly, the concerns raised by the engineer Andrew Bernard earlier. He's claiming that the EA have underestimated the potential flood levels and therefore these defences could be inadequate. I've not seen a detailed rebuttal of these claims yet. Secondly, the construction traffic management plan for the compound, Millennium Bridge, Butcher Terrace and the proposed alternative cycle routes are wholly inadequate. I won't go through the detail, it's covered by other people elsewhere, but I support the concerns of the residents of Butcher Terrace, the Cycle Campaign, the Civic Trust and many others. It's not as if our concerns have not been heard. We've had numerous consultations with the EA and various suggestions proposed and considered, but these have largely been ignored, and frankly many of us feel as though we've been strung along. In the report, you've got Millennium Bridge and Terry Avenue described as popular amongst cyclists. Well, it's a bit like describing the A64 as a popular route for drivers. It's not popular. It's an essential part of our sustainable transport network. And that attitude to cyclists, walkers and sustainable transport networks, the attitude that they're not important, that they're a nice add-on, is the fundamental problem with the construction traffic management plan and the proposed alternative routes. We know the main reasons people give for not cycling is they don't feel safe. Terry Avenue is one of the few routes into the city centre where cyclists of all ages and abilities can feel safe. And especially at the time of climate crisis and post-COVID lockdown renewal, we need to ensure that we replace this route with one providing the same levels of protection. The construction traffic management plan needs to ensure the safety of the residents nearby, the walkers and the cyclists. The proposals in the current plan with its minimum protections woefully fail to rise to this challenge, and as has been repeatedly highlighted by local residents and specialists in the area, the current plan is not fit for purpose. So to sum up, because I think I'm coming down to my last 30 seconds, I urge the panel to approve the application with the caveats that you question the EA on the predictions about flood levels and that it's subject to a robust construction traffic management plan that's fit for purpose, agreed with officers and the chair and vice chair, and based on the principle that residents, cyclists and walkers will be at least as safe in the area during the works as they are today. And finally, building on the deliberations today, I'd welcome the opportunity to contribute to an active travel plan along with all the other stakeholders, just so long as we see genuine long-term improvements for safe, sustainable travel with some real investment, and it's not just another talking shop.
Bang on. Yeah, 3 minutes. You've done this before. Members, are there any questions for Councillor Kilbane? No? Marvellous, thank you. We will now move to the Environment Agency, who are obviously speaking in support. These are the applicant. I understand that there will be 4 members. Stephen Taylor is speaking on behalf, but I believe that there are experts in attendance if there are any questions that members may wish to raise. Mr. Taylor, are you available?
I am, thank you, Chair.
Fantastic. Given that there have been such a number of submissions, I will be generous on the timings because I think you've got a lot to. I think you've got a lot to cover, and I don't know if you were able to hear all the earlier submissions.
Yes, we've been listening from the start, so that's not an issue. I think if it's okay with the chair and the councillors, my method will be to present my opening statement, and then questions can be posed to us after that time, if that's acceptable.
That would make a lot of sense, I think. So if you would like to make that submission at any time when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, councillors and officers. I am a qualified civil and structural engineer, and I'm the Environment Agency's project manager to the Clementhorpe Flood Defence Scheme. The proposed flood defence scheme for Clementhorpe is one of the current projects being developed by the Environment Agency. Following the severe 2015 flooding in York, which impacted over 600 properties, central government committed £45 million to develop flood defences across the city to better protect some 2,000 properties. £7.7 million of this funding, equating to 92% of the total project cost, has been allocated to Clementhorpe. The scheme, once complete, will best protect 135 residential properties against flooding, up to a 1% probability in any given year, whilst also taking into account climate change effects to the year 2039. Existing flood defences in the area offer minimal protection and are outflanked in higher magnitude floods. Along with a number of other new defences, a new flood gate will be installed at the bottom of Clementhorpe, offering a substantial uplift in protection for the community. A 12-month road closure along the section of Terrace Avenue between Duke's Wharf and Skeldergate Bridge is required to maintain public safety during the work. This closure will lead to diversions for pedestrians, cyclists and vehicles. We have engaged with pedestrians and cyclists and the local community, as well as public bodies, to develop our diversion routes. These diversion routes, on the whole, are on existing cycling infrastructure. The temporary access route to site will be via Butcher Terrace and the existing motor vehicle restricted section of Terrace Avenue adjacent to Roundtree Park. Historically, this section of Terrace Avenue was de-restricted in 2005 to improve traffic flow for the Royal Ascot meeting. Concerns have been raised about pedestrian cyclist safety along Butcher Terrace and our proposed diversion routes. An independent road safety auditor and City of York Council representative highlighted some areas where improvements were required, but on the whole concluded that our proposed mitigation measures, as listed in our construction traffic management plan, were sufficient and proportional. We feel the planning application sets out why there is a public interest in delivering the scheme. We also feel that we have mitigated as best as possible its impacts on the community. Given, however, the constrained nature of the site, necessary road closures and diversions, there obviously still remain unavoidable impacts. We wish to stress the point that the flood defences will offer improved protection and peace of mind for residents for years to come. The impacts during the scheme's construction are temporary in nature, and we believe this should be a significant factor in today's decision-making process. Let's not forget that this community, these people and their homes have been devastated by the impacts of flooding many times over many years. This is a unique opportunity to use government funding to make a lasting improvement for these people and this community in the heart of York. Thank you.
Many thanks. Now, members, I'm sure that there are a number of questions. And the first is Councillor Fenton, then I've got Councillor Melly. Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for those comments. Just as you'll have heard from the public participants, a lot of concern around the traffic management plan, and in particular the provision for cyclists who would be diverted due to the closure of temporary closure of Terrace Avenue, and a representative from the Civic Trust referred to some representations that they've made. I think fairly recently, having only recently seen the latest iteration of the draft plan. Obviously, we have we have to consider the extent to which the EA and the council have worked with those partners, and will continue to work with those partners as they finalise the transport plan. I just wanted to get a sense from you whether your appetite for further discussion and further collaboration with those groups and others in order to arrive at a final plan that can be presented to the council for sign off.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, I was slightly taken aback by the York Civic Trust statement saying that they've only just been kind of included in the loop, so to speak, on our plans. The York Civic Trust are actually on our advisory panel, and I believe I'm right in saying that they didn't turn up to our last meeting, but that can obviously be confirmed at a later stage. From my perspective, we have engaged wholeheartedly with cycling groups, and in fact, the cycling diversions that are in place, of course, they are open for discussion. We want that cycling route to be, the best route available. We're happy if that route is as per the iTravel route on the York website. But the route that we've proposed to date has involved feedback from cycling groups. And the only reason we put that route forward really was we kind of wanted to work in collaboration with those groups, but we are open to discussion. My only caveat to that would be I don't want it to be an extremely drawn out process, which may see the scheme being delayed further still. So I think it needs to be proportional. I think the conversations need to be, to the point and not drawn out so that we can get the scheme up and off the ground, providing approval is given today. With regards to the actual safety comments that have been made on our diversion routes, I do actually have on call today John, who is our road safety audit independent consultant who carried out those road safety audits. If you like, we could bring him into the discussion and he can explain a little bit about himself and what method he used to assess those diversion routes and our access site. I will just also stress that all of the conclusions that the road safety audit has come to, they've been done in coordination with City of York Council. All road safety audits have had a City of York Council chaperone advisor at all times. Therefore, the conclusions of these reports are not just from our independent consultant, they are also from the City of York Council. So the question I ask is, would you like me to bring in my independent consultant now to discuss the road safety audits?
Councillor Fenton, you raised your hands. Was that for a supplementary, or would you like the consultant to come in at this stage?
Just a quick supplementary from and possibly then to hand back to the independent consultant. It was just to flag up the issue of Blue Bridge, and I appreciate the EA guessing is not responsible for the renovation of Blue Bridge, but I just wanted to sort of ready to ask that in future debate around the finalisation of the transport traffic management plan, that some consideration is given to the extent to which the temporary bridge that has been referred to has been put in place whilst Blue Bridge is renovated. That's either EA, the council, whoever develops understanding of what that temporary bridge is, what its dimensions are, and what opportunities that might provide to enhance what you've been working on in terms of the traffic transport management plan to provide better access for the cyclists that would want to use that proposed diversion.
Mr. Taylor, in respect of Mr. Burkett, I think we'll take his qualifications as a given. I don't think you'd be employing him otherwise. If he could just go into the methodology that he used, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, well, just before we bring Mr. Burkett in, I'd just like to clarify the point raised by Councillor Fenton regarding Blue Bridge.
Yeah.
We've been aware for some time that Blue Bridge was due for refurbishment. As far as I'm aware, the temporary bridge that is being installed is actually flat rather than having a raised kind of peak as the current Blue Bridge does. The providing today is an approval and we manage to discharge our pre-commencement conditions in an orderly and timely fashion, then we have set a start date on site of September this year. But the first initial 4 weeks of that construction period will be the setting up of the site compound, for which we won't need the road closure in place. Therefore, if it provides help for the council, we probably wouldn't be looking to implement our road closure until October this year, providing we start on site in September.
Thank you. That's a helpful clarification. Would you like, Councillor Fenton? Would you like the consultant to come in at this stage? We do have a number of other questions.
Yeah, if you feel this would be an appropriate time to cover that, that's fine by me.
Yes, in which case, could Mr. Burkett come in and sort of very succinctly, if he could, given that we do have a number of questions, outline the case he'd like to make.
Hi, thanks very much, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, obviously all road safety audits in the UK are undertaken using Highways England Design Manual Roads and Bridges. It's called GG 119. So we obviously complied fully with that standard when we undertook the road safety audit. We had a brief that provided us with the information and obviously drawings that showed the diversion routes. As part of it, we were obviously very conscious of needing somebody from the council who was very familiar with the local cycling routes. So Ben Potter, an officer and engineer of the council, attended all of the road safety audits that have been undertaken, and candid discussions about cycle flows and the diversion routes were undertaken as part of the audit, and including the construction traffic management plan. And we discussed how vehicles would be chaperoned at the Bishopthorpe Butcher Terrace junction, the larger vehicles. I think there's just a clarification. It's 30 vehicles a day. That includes all manner of different vehicles accessing the site. So those could be transit vans, small bed trucks, and obviously the larger HGVs that could be delivering product. So there are probably 60 two-way trips to be assessed or were assessed as part of the road safety audit. And a lot of those trips obviously are people coming to site and not necessarily materials, or certainly, as was said, 30 HGVs. We only had the data available from the last 10 years, 2009 to 2019 cycle data. And when we did the audit, we made the assumption that all of the cycle traffic that currently uses Terry Avenue, either going northbound or southbound, would be diverted via the western route, and so they would travel up Butcher Terrace. From that data, obviously I know we're in different times now with COVID, and that could well have increased. We were looking at a daily total of 770 cyclists on Terry Avenue. That's averaged over the 10 years. And the 12-hour flow was 680, which equated to one cyclist a minute crossing at the Bishopthorpe Butcher Terrace junction, which in the normal day-to-day movement of cyclists would almost be, you wouldn't actually recognise that happening. You probably wouldn't notice that increase. And we obviously cycled all the routes as well, and the council with Ben Potter, and he was more than happy with the western route. We did actually, more than anything, look at the I-travel route, because that is already a well-established route, and that's one that's promoted. And we couldn't find, there were no problems found associated with that route. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Yeah, I think I've got a supplementary, but I will go to Councillor Melly first, and then we've got Councillor Hollier, and then Councillor Taylor, and then Councillor Hollier. Councillor Melly.
My question isn't a supplementary, it's a new question.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, in the EA representation, did you say that the expected lifespan was into at least 2039? That's the minimum lifespan if this development was to go ahead?
Yeah, that's correct. Basically, our so basically the flood defence protects against a 1 in 100 year event, but because of obviously the impact of climate change, we've also taken into account the increase in river flow on a yearly basis within what we call the first climate change epoch, and that epoch runs until the year 2039. So basically, the flood defences that we construct and the height that those defences are built to will offer a 1 in 100 year standard of protection for the full climate change epoch, i.e. to 2039. After that time, the standard of defence, the level of defence will, the level of protection will start to drop, but it is the Environment Agency's plan to build upstream flood storage to maintain the standard of protection within the City of York beyond the year 2039.
And is there likely to need to be, within that time, before 2039, is there is it likely to need any maintenance repairs in the future that could cause future disruption to pedestrian and cyclist access to Terry Avenue? Or once it's built, once the construction's finished, is it then the disruption over?
So basically what I would say to that is obviously with all new buildings they require maintenance. As part of our asset performance team, the team that look after our flood defence assets, they have an annual inspection regime where they go around all of our flood defence assets and inspect them for degradation and damage. So, for example, if a brick flood wall were constructed, we would check the pointing on that wall and repoint as required. So we're not expecting major defects in any of our new structures. It would mainly be from kind of a regular maintenance point of view. One thing I would also like to say is that all of the floodgates that we install are tested prior. So we basically build like a jig type temporary work system and load the gate with a head of water, and we load the gate at varying pressures to see how that gate responds. We, as an agency, we obviously have minimal technical requirements that have to be satisfied before we allow these schemes to go live. And one of those minimal technical requirements is obviously the seepage rate of floodgates. So again, all floodgates, including the substantial floodgate at Clementhorpe, will be rigorously tested before they go live.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, a point of information. I just had a text from the Executive Member for Transport, Councillor de Gorn, who says that Blue Bridge will be completed in about a month, so should be back to normal at least by September. I know it's been a little delayed so far. My question, well, I appreciate what Steve Taylor has told us, and I think this work is very valuable to that community, and it's essential that we get on with it as soon as possible. But I have a specific question, and I'm looking at page 29 of the council papers, and in particular, it's paragraph 5.25. And this really relates to the amount of traffic, which could be up to 30 construction vehicles per day, it says. But in paragraph 5.25, it ends by saying the applicants considered alternative compound sites, and a member of the public questioned that. I think it might have been Chris Ranger. And then it goes on to say that those were discounted, as has the use of the river for water-based transportation. And I think there's insufficient explanation as to why river transport has been discounted. Clearly, if materials could be brought by barge, it would massively cut down on the number of vehicle movements, particularly heavy lorries coming into the area.
Okay, yeah. So the first question was obviously about the current location of the compound. Now, if we kind of go back 12 months, as there's been various iterations of this scheme, the compound was on the other side of the pedestrian cycle track. The reason it was moved into the southernmost extent of Roundtree Park was basically there were concerns raised about the conflict of construction vehicles turning across the track, potentially causing conflict with pedestrian and cyclists. So, you know, after discussions with the council and a site visit, you know, just basically kind of informally talking about different options, it was felt that actually it would be safer to move the compound to its current location. With regards to the second question, can you repeat the second question? Sorry.
It's about the river, why the river wasn't being used.
Oh, yes, thank you. So as part of our application, we submitted an access statement which goes through all the various potential routes that we could deliver materials to site, as well as obviously that, you know, that construction vehicles could use. The issue with using the river was actually, for example, where the material would be loaded upstream or downstream, and when we actually get the material to site, where do we offload it? Now, we looked at, for example, installing cranes on Terrace Avenue, but there was, you know, there was concern about the kind of the structural integrity of putting on a fairly large tower crane on Terrace Avenue to lift that material off. Then obviously there's the issue with it being an eyesore and it being noisy and in constant operation. Obviously, the work slightly upstream to one of the city buildings currently, which is using the river, they're obviously adopting one of the old kind of jetties to bring material in. But again, you're basically displacing construction vehicles to another part of the city. So on balance, we feel that the current proposal is the best.
And did you consider river cranes? Because the renovation of the Yorkshire Herald building to City Screen was partly done by River Crane, and I believe some of the work on the Guildhall is also being done from the river as well.
Yes, yeah. So Guildhall, for example, is the example. Is the example I was using. They're obviously using the jetty on the opposite side of the river to bring in material and obviously then ferry it over the river. We have looked at this in some detail, and it simply isn't feasible. An additional implication would be that the houseboats that are currently moored on Terrace Avenue would have to be moved. And when we looked into relocating the houseboats, because of their size, they would have to be relocated quite some distance away, as local marinas can't accommodate them.
Does that do you have a supplementary, Councillor Taylor?
No, I don't.
I can see you sighing.
I'm not entirely convinced by the fact that we couldn't relocate a houseboat. If we can relocate individuals who are living in Waterfront House, for instance. But I've asked my question. I have an answer. I'm not fully convinced, but so I'll let you move on, Chair.
Can I go to Councillor Hollier?
Thanks, Chair. There are just a couple of other questions that were raised by public speakers. It's probably worth giving the EA an opportunity to answer them. The first one mentioned was about the flood levels. I won't ask the detailed question, I'll assume they heard earlier. From the first engineer, I think, the actual level of the flooding. And the second was from Ms Swinburne, just about the viability of condition 12. I'm assuming probably that was gone, you know, not necessarily agreed, but the planners in the EA have probably thrashed that out anyway, but just if we could have a comment on that.
Certainly, yes. So I actually had a conversation with Mr. Bernard yesterday and our hydrologist regarding predicted flood levels from our hydrological model. And Mr. Bernard is correct when he says that there's a discrepancy in one of the predicted nodal points on our flood model. basically, there is a reason for that discrepancy, and we have taken it into account when we've come to design the levels of our flood defences. So essentially, the node in question is the node, the confluence of the River Foss and the River Ouse, where the Foss barrier is. A node, just for clarification, essentially is basically when we run our hydrological models, we have to split that hydrological model, because obviously it takes into account the full stretch of the river. We have to split that hydrological model into a series of manageable steps that the computer software can compute and obviously produce an output. So that basically just to clarify what a node is. But essentially, at the confluence of the Ouse and the Foss, we have the Foss barrier. And as you are aware, the Foss barrier uses high volume pumps to overpump the Foss into the River Ouse. As a result of that, it causes fluctuations in the river level at that point. So basically, there's uncertainty due to the discharge from the pumps, which leads to a fluctuation in levels. And we've therefore added additional model uncertainty in that area to account for these fluctuations. So when we design our defences, we add on an additional amount on top of those defences to account for model uncertainty or potentially other unknowns that we might not have accounted for. What I can assure the panel and the chair is that our models are all sense checked against historic events, and that we are satisfied in the accuracy in our flood models that are being used, not just for Clementhorpe, but for City York as a whole.
And did you have a second question, Councillor Hollier?
I did, sorry. It was about condition 12. Asked by Miss Swinburne.
Oh, yes, Miss Swinburne's, yes.
Viability,
about viability
of some of the required works on cycle routes and things.
Okay, so can you just clarify, obviously you're mentioning about the viability of infrastructure, but can you clarify specifically what you mean by that?
I'll try and clarify what Miss Swinburne might have meant. No, so condition 12 requires that the development won't come into, development won't come into use until some highway works are undertaken. Some of them to be agreed with the planning authority. And those relate to suspending some residents' parking and some agreed small-scale infrastructure works required on the western cycle route diversion. Mm-hmm. So I guess Miss Swinburne's concern was that these works would affect the viability of the scheme and delay it.
Yeah. Okay.
So I guess my question is just: are those valid concerns, or are these?
They are. Yeah. Sorry. Yes. Thank you for the clarification there. So essentially, when we put these flood defence schemes forward for internal review to our business board, we obviously have to submit all the reasons why we want these schemes to go ahead. And part of that submission is obviously the financials. So basically, the way that we work out whether a scheme is affordable or not is that we calculate the benefits that scheme will deliver, i.e. the flood damages avoided. And then we also look at the constructability of it and how much it will cost to build. And basically the ratio of those two numbers is what we call the benefit cost ratio. We abbreviate it to the BCR. Now, as you may be aware, the Environment Agency has actually looked to build a scheme in Clementhorpe for a number of years. But it wasn't until the booster funding after the 2015 floods that it actually became a real possibility, because just to put into perspective, under our normal DEFRA flood defence granting aid funding rules, we can only generate 8% of the total cost to deliver this scheme. 92% of the additional money has come from booster funding. So I just hope that puts into perspective how complex the project is in Clementhorpe, and the fact that we really do have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity at the moment to deliver this scheme. Our current BCR, benefit cost ratio, as I mentioned earlier, we're sitting on 1.09. Now, that is an uncomfortable number to be sitting on, because basically it means that we don't have the ability and we don't have the money to pay for substantial infrastructure improvements. And just to carry on from what the speaker was saying earlier, we are obviously open to having discussions with the council about proportional improvements to existing cycling infrastructure. But from our point of view, in the whole, we are diverting cyclists onto existing York infrastructure. There's obviously also the question of how COVID-19 is impacting on social distancing. I believe the council has also been given a pot of money to look at how they can basically maintain social distancing on some of these existing cycling routes. As Ian Stokes, the Highways Development Officer, mentioned earlier, one of our diversion routes, which is the eastern route, is on Newark, is a wide route. It's a popular route, obviously, but again, it's wide and will cope with increased volume of cyclists, even during social distancing. So yeah, to clarify, we are restricted due to our low benefit cost ratio. We are also restricted by DEFRA funding guidelines. We can only spend money on actual flood defences, and we have to have a strong business case to spend money on other infrastructure projects, unless it is directly linked or as I say, proportional to the scheme itself. So yes, I hope that clarifies your questions.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Melly, one of the officers, Richard Wells, who's the flood officer, has raised his hand asking to contribute. And I'm just not sure that that's appropriate at this stage. I would ask that when we get the opportunity to raise some of these issues with officers, that might be the opportunity. But I'm going to look to Becky if unless she's got an alternative opinion. She hasn't. Great. Councillor, before I go to Councillor Melly, can I just on this viability element, there's a comment about relocating residents living in Waterford Court. Have you any idea what sort of timescale, what sort of numbers and what sort of expenditure you'll be looking at in respect of potential relocations, and what will be the trigger?
Okay, so we've been engaging with the residents of, in particular, Waterfront House with regards to this aspect, and we've produced a fairly comprehensive noise impact assessment to look at the levels that our machinery will produce, and obviously the mitigation that we can put in place to reduce those levels down to an acceptable limit. There are obviously threshold noise levels that have to be met. I don't know what those noise levels are off the top of my head, but they are obviously all included in detail within the report that we've submitted. The kind of the noisy elements of our scheme will occur when we install the grout curtain, which is basically an underground defence that prevents water moving below the kind of above ground defences that one can see. That obviously is a crucial element to the scheme being effective. What I can say about that element of work is that the noise is transient. It isn't in a stationary place for a prolonged period of time. As part of our conditions, we obviously have to provide in further detail elements of our construction programme. So we will do so at that stage. We will engage with residents in further detail, and if required, we will provide respite for residents to allow them to get out of their homes and get some peace and quiet if it is required.
So that'd be local hotels, for example.
Yeah, for example, I mean, I'm not saying this, but obviously, as the panel is aware, there is a hotel located within Clementhorpe. So I'm in the process of having a discussion with that particular hotel to see if there's some arrangement that we can come to. But we're open to suggestions. In terms of finances, as project manager, I've allocated a ring-fencing amount of money to basically pay for any potential respite that might be required.
Do you think it'd be of a short-term nature?
It would be of short-term nature because of the nature of the construction work, which, as I mentioned, is transient. It's not in a fixed position.
Yeah, that's fine. Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. My question is revisiting the one that I asked earlier about the length of time that the cyclist and pedestrian diversions will be required for, because plans have changed a few times, I know, and so we've been given slightly different figures about whether it will be 16 months or 12 months. And I'd also like to know what planning has been done and what assurances we can have of that time scale being met and not overrunning and having diversions for longer than originally planned.
Okay, so yeah, as Tim Goodall mentioned earlier, the current proposal is to have a 12-month road closure along Terry Avenue between Skeldergate Bridge and Duke's Wharf. And the primary reason for that road closure is to allow us to install this grout curtain, this below-ground seepage cut-off I was referring to earlier. Initially, at the end of 2019, we were under the impression that we were going to be able to keep the road open to allow the passage of pedestrians and cyclists whilst the work was carried out. But then when we looked in more detail and actually looked at the potential safety implications to the public, it was considered unacceptable for us to maintain that road, to basically keep the road open to pedestrians and cyclists. So the decision was taken to close that road. As it currently stands, we are looking at an 18-month construction programme, and that includes both the works being discussed today, the planned works as part of this committee, but also works as part of our permitted development rights. We have an 18-month construction programme in place. In terms of the actual road closure, however, we're looking at 12 months. Now, we've tried to be fairly pragmatic when we put our construction programme together. Obviously, implications such as impacts of COVID-19 or things that crop up at a later stage. COVID-19 we can obviously account for at the moment, and my contractor has assured me that those considerations have been taken into account and it won't impact the programme substantially. Obviously, with all construction programmes, things do crop up that you don't expect. We are hoping and we will aim as much as possible to keep this road closure to 12 months, or less if possible. If the event arises where we do have to extend it, we will obviously have a discussion with the council at that time as to the best course of action.
Do you have a supplementary there, Councillor Melly? No. Well, I do, just on one of the comments that you made about initially you were hopeful that you'd be able to keep that access route for cyclists and pedestrians open, and then you submitted a plan suggesting that that was the case, and then subsequently decided that it wasn't again. So you had a position, you changed that position seemingly to accommodate the issues, and then have moved back to the original position of having to block that access route off. Can you explain how that process came about? Because I'm seriously nonplussed as to why you would have gone to the public saying you were meeting their concerns, only then to take that hope away from them. It says in the report that it was after discussions with your contractors, but surely you would have had those discussions with your contractors before you made any sort of commitment to or any sort of suggestion that you were going to keep that route open.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, absolutely. The issue with this particular site is its constrained nature and the fact that there are a number of services buried within the ground, including quite a substantial Yorkshire water sewer. So when we were looking at the various methodologies to install the grout curtain or the seepage cut-off, as it was at that time, we were looking at various options. So prior to us issuing a statement in January of this year, we basically were under the impression, based on the methodology at that time, that we were going to be able to keep the road open. But as new information came to light, as it often does in construction projects, it then became unfeasible to maintain the access. I do have my construction consultant online. If you wish to pose questions to him, who will be able to answer this in additional detail.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it would be really helpful, and I don't want to prolong this this element of the meeting, but you know, it just seemed strange to me that you would make such a change in position after originally having said one thing and now going back to that. So it would be helpful to understand quite what that process involved.
Yeah, just before we bring him in, part of it as well was the want and the need to do what was best for absolutely everybody. You know, we obviously want to get this scheme built for the benefit of the community, but we're also aware that it's an area that is used by pedestrians and cyclists, and obviously we wanted to maintain access for pedestrians and cyclists. So there was obviously that element of it as well, but when we just looked at the safety considerations, it was not feasible to maintain access.
So it was a safety issue for the cyclists, as opposed to any construction technical difficulties.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. You know, we're going to have fairly large machinery operating on that road. And actually, when you look at the width of Terry Avenue, between Duke's Wharf and Skeldergate Bridge, the width of the road actually varies substantially. So when you're in the northern part of the road, kind of close to Skeldergate Bridge, the road is fairly wide. But as you get towards Duke's Wharf, there's a pinch point, and the road actually is only 6 meters in width. So when you take the width of a construction vehicle, you know, and any barriers you want around your work site, it essentially leaves you very little room to be safe in the knowledge that you know, pedestrians and cyclists can squeeze by effectively. And then also coupled with that, there are kind of minimal widths that have to be used for cycleways and pedestrian ways, and the two, I'm afraid, just didn't sum together. So we really were left with only the option to basically restrict the access.
One of the public, sorry, go on, carry on.
I know, I was just going to say, and it was, you know, primarily from a health and safety point of view. Yes.
One of the speakers, I think, made the point that it might be possible to get cyclists to dismount and walk down that particular narrow pinch point area. Was that a consideration that you took into account? Yes, it might be convenient, but there would have been some safety measures such as dismounting that you could have considered as a viable alternative.
Yeah, absolutely, Chair. We did look into that, but actually it turns out that if you want an official dismounting, cyclist dismounting, it's an application to the Department of Transport, and apparently they're quite difficult to come by. Also, we have to bear in mind that not everyone not everyone rides a two-wheeled cycle. There are, you know, disabled individuals who use other types of bikes who wouldn't be able to dismount. And then you get into the realms of, well, if you know you're doing something for one person, but you're not doing it for the other. And again, that opens kind of another can of worms, and is essentially cast as discrimination. So, and plus, coupled with the fact, even if people were to dismount, the room available to walk with a cycle alongside, again, there's a minimum requirement to allow for that. There's also a curb that would have to be tackled, and then obviously the housing boats as well, and the various jetties that lead to the housing boats and the infrastructure that feeds those housing bills. So yes, Chair, it was something that we looked into, but again, it didn't fix the issue.
Good, thank you. I'm glad I asked that. Right, unless there are any further questions, I'm going to call this portion of the meeting to an end. I'd like to thank all the public speakers for their time. You are about to now be disconnected from this meeting, but please feel free to watch the end of the meeting where we go into debate and obviously make a decision. We will now take a short break whilst that process takes place. For the members of the public watching, the holding screen will come on. It's now just short of 1:45. I suspect that we can get all of that done within 10 minutes. So we will reconvene at 1:55 to 2, if that's okay. Have we got Councillor Taylor? He looks as though he's on frozen screen. Oh, there he is. Yeah.
Chair, my phone's down to 6%, even though I've plugged it in. So I'm going to borrow my wife's iPad and rejoin the meeting on that. But if you continue, and I'll attempt to do that.
I don't think we can. We're going to have to go back onto the holding screen. Sorry, Richard, can we just adjourn this meeting for slightly longer?
Sorry, guys. Right, I think I'm back in with the
Thank you, and welcome back, everybody. And huge apologies again for the technical difficulties we've been having. We've learned a lot from this meeting that we're going to be able to apply in future meetings, particularly if we go into full committees. But before we go into debate on this matter and questioning of further officers or further questioning of officers, Becky Eads, the head of development services, has asked whether she can just make a suggestion in the light of everything that's been said earlier. Becky.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to refer members to page 38, condition 9. You can see on condition 9, there's a whole host of A, B, C, D, E. What I was going to suggest to you is that we take point D out, which is with regard to proposed pedestrian and cycle diversion routes, take it out and make it its own individual condition, because obviously there's been a lot of concerns raised about cycle and pedestrian and diversion routes. Also, that if we made it into a separate condition, we could maybe look at some kind of review of the diversion routes within, say, 2-3 months of them being in place, to make sure that they actually are working as anticipated. I think that's what I've come from listening to the concerns that have been raised. If we do that as a separate condition, when they come in for the discharge of condition, we can talk to the chair and deputy chair. Because if we do it as a condition, it will allow us to give approval for the EA to then get on with the works and discharge and conditions and everything else. But then when the actual condition comes in, that's when we'll speak to the chair and deputy chair and make sure everybody finds it acceptable. If we do, we'll then potentially include a review mechanism in that. That was just a suggestion. It's open for debate, but that's what I gleaned that I thought was members found quite important to have that as a separate standalone, quite strong condition.
Councillor Melly.
But I'm open to any suggestions.
Yeah, Councillor Melly.
I like that idea. I'm just wondering, part G of that condition refers to changes in the CTMP. Does that need to also, if we're taking D out and making it a separate condition, does G need to go with it or be duplicated?
G, about the
whereby H, sorry.
Okay.
Refers to changes. So I mean, if there's going to be changes, that implies there'll be some sort of review process.
Yeah, G.
It's H, sorry, not G.
It's on page 39, Becky.
Yeah, no, I've got it. I've just missed. Right, proposals for providing. So you want proposals for providing advance notice to residents of traffic movements anticipated any change? Well, no, because it's tied. Am I still on? My screen's just gone black.
Yes.
Oh, thank God for that. That it's tied to the CTMP, which is part of the original wording. Because if you look right at the beginning, it says a fully revised construction traffic management plan, but then part H is directly relates to the very first wording of that. So it kind of does need to all be tied together. Does that element of it? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
It does, yeah. Councillor Hollier, you want to make a point?
Well, happy with moving D as its own condition. I think we, towards the beginning of the meeting, we suggested delegating condition 9 to chair, vice chair. Does taking D out remove the need to do that, or do we still need to do that anyway, I guess?
In terms of, well, what this means is that you'll approve the permission, and then any discharge of condition will speak to the chair and deputy chair with. So it's entirely up to you. You can still see the details of 9 and the additional one when we split it. That's up to you. It's just being involved in the discharge of condition, basically.
I think because 9 would still sort of have the CTMP in, it would probably still be worth making that chair, vice chair, but I guess see what other people think.
Councillor Melly, I think you've got a point. And did Councillor Taylor, did I see your hand going up? No. Councillor Melly, I think have you got a supplementary to that point?
No, it's a different question, just about who is in the meeting, if there's still a member of the public.
No, there are no members of the public still in the meeting.
No, okay. Sorry, I just wanted to double check.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So in respect of Councillor Hollier, oh, apparently we've got somebody from the EA, Craig Fisher from the EA, is still in the meeting. If we want to ask any further questions of him. So, right, I think we can consider that when we come to proposal, when we come to a proposal to vote on. Are there any additional questions before we go into debate of officers, or is there Councillor Fenton?
It's a question that the officers present may not be able to answer, but I'll ask it, and hopefully it can it can be logged somewhere. As and when those discussions happen around diversion routes, could somebody ask that the temporary replacement for Blue Bridge, which we're told will be a flat bridge, whether there's any possibility that that bridge can be retained in place even after the renovation work to Blue Bridge is completed, just from the point of view of increasing capacity on that proposed diversion route. I'm not asking for an answer here because it may be another team in the council that's looking after that. I just wanted to log that so officers can go away and pass that message on to whoever is dealing with that project.
I think it's a very fair point. And is that a recommendation that we can make? And we can't make it a condition, but is it a recommendation that we can make from this committee? I'm looking to you, Becky.
Yeah, we can note that. We can make sure that we ask that question. We've obviously got Ian still on the call. You can't see him, but he's still on the call. So I'll ask Ian to pick it up with other highways colleagues for us. Okay.
That's great. Councillor Hollier.
Apologies, just to bottom the issue on condition 12. I'm assuming that any changes that would be required would be those that would be needed to make the application acceptable, and without them, it wouldn't be acceptable. I'm just wondering whether, similarly to 9, it's worth delegating that as well as to the LPA, to the chair, if it's an issue that sort of goes quite deeply to the viability and whether or not it'll happen. There's any views on that?
You want condition 12 when the discharge of condition application comes in, you want that to be in conjunction with the chair and deputy chair, just for my clarification.
I think so, just because obviously it's an issue which isn't fully sort of bottomed yet, and one which could have implications for whether or not it happens, and is obviously something that's still not necessarily agreed with the EA.
Yeah, we can put that in. We can minute that those conditions are agreed when the discharge of conditions come in, that we speak to you about the details that are involved in that. Yeah.
Ian Stokes has indicated he'd like to speak at this stage. Ian, could you, given that it was a little while ago since we last heard from you, can you just introduce yourself and what your role is?
Hi, yes, I'm Ian Stokes. I'm Principal Highway Development Control Engineer in terms of planning, mainly looking at the highway safety and other aspects of planning applications.
Thank you. Did you want to make some comment? Was it on Councillor Fenton's point, or was it on Councillor Hollier's point, or possibly
on
both?
Councillor Hollier's point regarding condition 12, the infrastructure improvements that we would be seeking primarily on the western diversion route, we're only anticipating some very, very minor infrastructure improvements like white lining schemes to provide right turn refuges for cyclists, provided there's sufficient space in Scarcroft Road and other routes to provide that turning space. I have to say that the road widths in that area are affected by existing resident parking schemes, so that needs to be taken into consideration in providing the space for central refuges for cyclists.
Fine. Actually, I do have a question of my own for Ian. Ian, if you can come back in.
Yep, sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. The question that I asked of Stephen Taylor regarding a suggestion that had been made by one of the public participants about why there can't be a cyclist's dismount process sign to enable cyclists to still use the site. Is that something with which you would concur? He was basically saying that the road was at the pinch point where it was 6 meters in width, that once you barricade that off for the construction traffic, it would be too narrow for the safe passage of cyclists and pedestrians? Or is that still an option that could be considered?
I think it's being an option that would be difficult to consider still.
Right.
I haven't looked into that level of detail about available widths left for cyclists who would be dismounted, bearing in mind you've got the width of the cyclist as a pedestrian to take into account, as well as the width of the handlebars when he's pushing the cycle along. Is also the other thing that Stephen pointed out was not all cycles are two-wheeled. There are larger cycles around, some that carry children in trolleys at the back and some have carrying areas at the front. So yes, you could be trying to make an argument for one size fits all where actually none might fit through at all. The precise detail about DFT permission being required for cyclist dismounting signs is a little bit of detail that's beyond my current expertise, but there will be other officers in the authority that can provide advice on that.
But fundamentally, notwithstanding the fact that narrowing of the road, of the path, is relatively short compared to wider stretches, you think that would make that whole idea unfeasible? I think it's just worth exploring that, given that it was raised. Councillor Melly's raised a hand. Is it on this point, Councillor Melly? Yeah, Councillor Melly.
I think that it's important to take the Quality Act considerations into account.
Yeah.
I think that's very important and something we need to be mindful of. But I'm just trying to think of examples in other parts of the city within the York City Council area. For example, Scarborough Bridge on the station side, on the Micklegate ward side, there's a cyclist dismount. There's an area of pathway which is for cyclists and pedestrians, and there's signs saying cyclist dismount. And I don't think that's more than 1 metre wide. So it seems to happen. It does seem to be something that is technically possible. I'm just not sure of the complications of it or the equalities impacts of it. But I think it's something that maybe needs to be considered.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, Councillor Melly. Tim's just asked if he can come in on this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a quick point. I mean, although obviously you've got, technically, say, sort of some bikes, right, sort of standard bikes might fit through, but also given the length of the road is whether users are going to be comfortable actually, like in the current sort of COVID-19 social distancing, whether they sort of meet each other part way through. If people are actually going to be comfortable using that, whether be able to divert. It's just a point.
But there are other. I mean, we've already heard from the earlier presentation. I think it was from Ian when we were looking at the split screen. There are other elements of the alternative cycling path where there are also issues about social distancing and that might be impacted. I'm correct in what I say there, aren't I, Ian? If I remember correctly.
I think a lot of this is going to be the devil is in the detail to see what actual width is available, how long this restriction width will be for, because the narrowing on the Skeldergate Bridge is quite over a short distance, and it may be a much shorter distance compared to the length of the work they're doing on under the grout curtain, although I understand from the methodology that it's a progressive piece of work along the front of the waterfront house, so it's a short section at a time. But we'll need to make an assessment of how narrow it will be, for what length that restriction will be, and whether the COVID-19 distancing restrictions will still be in place. The other areas, yes, there are narrowings, but I don't think it would be a severe restriction as is likely through the work site.
So just if I'm trying to understand, is there any possibility in your minds, and I'm looking at Tim and Becky and Ian, that there could be a plan that would allow that Terry Avenue access route to be allowed for cyclists and for pedestrians, notwithstanding that there may be difficulties and requests to dismount? Is that completely off the table?
I think the site investigation works that EA did towards the end of last year highlighted some problems of that route through there, which is one of the reasons why I suspect that they now want the full road closure on Terry Avenue.
Tim?
Yeah, just to come in. I mean, obviously, if they could keep it open, I think given the obviously level of objections, I imagine they would be doing that, and that's what they've attempted to do. If I obviously can't speak for the Environment Agency, but it's given the length of that time this application has been, it's been quite exhaustive trying to sort of to get to this period. So I feel they've done a thorough job in terms of obviously the health and safety, and then when you factor in as well the additional distances people might need in terms of COVID-19 guidance as well. So if someone's working on part of Terry Avenue, I guess wider, the amount of space left on the public highway is going to be limited, and people are going to be, obviously a lot of people will be going to be uncomfortable in terms of if they're meeting at the pinch point, stuff like that, especially if they've got something like pushing a bike.
Right. Yeah, I have to say I'm not wholly convinced by any of those arguments, but that's for the debate. Are there any questions of officers before we go into a proposal and debate? No? Right. Well, therefore, we have a recommendation for the approval of this scheme with conditions as outlined in the report, with the variation that Becky has highlighted to condition, was it 8?
9.
It was 9.
And you've got the change and the changes
D.
in the additional information.
Yeah. Do you want to read those? Do you want to just tell me what they are going to be?
Do you want me to do that once you've had
Tim's raising his hand.
Do you want to do that once you've had debate? Because you might want to change others as well.
Yeah, fine. In that case, we'll go straight into debate, and Councillor Melly.
Just while we were talking about conditions, I just wanted to remind the committee that I personally would like to add a wording in the conditions to do with ecology and the river side of that, not just the land aspect.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Tim, did you raise your hand?
Yes, sorry, I thought you'd moved on to debate. I thought I was going to go to
no, we are going into debate now.
I thought you were going to do the conditions afterwards. So I removed.
Yeah, we will do. We will do. No, that's absolutely fine. Debate, members. Any thoughts? Councillor Melly.
I think there's a lot to consider. I think that if we to be able to approve this, we have to weigh up the harm caused to the conservation area and to the green belt and the safety concerns that I have and that it seems quite a few people have to do with cyclists and site traffic. We need to weigh that up against the clear benefit of having improved flood defences. If anyone has any thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think I'm somewhat encouraged by some of what we've heard in terms of the status of the traffic management plan. I think it's inescapable that the various diversion routes that we've talked about, none are as good as Terry Avenue. I think that's kind of self-evident. So we're really in a position of trying to come up with alternatives which are acceptable in terms of looking again at what NPPF states is that if we were to grounds for refusal, we'd have to be on the basis that there would be an unacceptable impact. So it's really coming to a judgment as to whether we think what we've heard constitutes acceptable mitigation. And I think we've we've seen the draft plan as it exists. We've heard comments about its acceptability. And I think it has sparked a wider debate in terms of one of the diversion routes we're looking at is listed as an official cycle route. And I think Councillor Taylor pointed out it. Very few cyclists perhaps would choose to use that. And I know I've been on a little sort of trial run and I thought I wouldn't choose to cycle that route because it's not an obvious route you would choose. I think it has sparked a wider debate. I think no doubt prompted by the welcome increase in walking and cycling on the back of COVID-19. So I think from the Environment Agency's perspective, they have found themselves in the middle of this debate, and I think they are trying to respond to that. I think there's more they could do. I've not been privy to the discussions that they've had with Civic Trust and other user groups, but I think it comes down to whether we think that both what we've seen in terms of mitigation and what more we think we could be done, and that's why I've been raising the point of Blue Bridge as a particular pinch point, particularly if you're not on a standard cycle. That is not a comfortable or desperately accessible routine. But yeah, those are the things that I'm weighing up.
Thank you. Are there anybody else wanting to contribute? Councillor Perrott and then Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh no, we can't hear you. No, your earphone. Yes.
Not done. There we go. Sorry, it's been a while since I contributed. I've forgotten it was up there. So thank you for letting me in anyway, Chair. For me, I think it's the balance, isn't it? Because there's obviously a lot of constraints with the site and how it has to be accessed, and safety. Is it still not good?
No, you're back. You're back.
Thanks. So it's balancing the constraints, isn't it, and the safety about access for the site. I'm more comfortable with the idea of sort of having a separate condition around cycling, just to make sure that we do sort of take every mitigation measure possible to ensure that the sort of alternative routes are suitable. But with that being said, it's definitely a difficult decision, isn't it, to balance between protecting homes, which is the right thing to do, and getting the cycle route right. So with that condition, I'm more comfortable now that some of the concerns that were expressed in objection have potential to be mitigated against by us.
Sandra's raised her hand. I suspect it may be about the little glitches that we just had with your audio. No, it's not. It's about something else.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Sorry to interrupt the debate, but I hope it helps members if I could remind them what the balancing exercise is. And this is referred to in the officer update that I think has been circulated to members, and it is the wording that is in red type.
Could you read that? Could you read that just for the avoidance
yes, Chair,
of
I will
doubt?
do, because the officer report concludes that the presumption in favour of sustainable development as set out in the NPPF applies. So that the planning balance for members is that approval should be granted unless, having regard to material planning considerations, any adverse impacts of the development proposed would significantly and demonstrably outweigh any benefits when assessed against the policies of the framework as a whole. So that it's not a straightforward balancing exercise. There is a presumption in favour of the development unless the test is whether any adverse impacts to the development proposed would significantly and demonstrably outweigh any benefits.
Thank you.
Yeah, I hope that assists with the debate.
That's a very good clarification. Thank you. Councillor Taylor. Yeah, you're on.
Oh, sorry, everything's in a different place on this Apple. And apologies for my phone going down. It was on 100% battery when we started this meeting. I think that's indicative of how long the meeting has gone on. So I think that is useful advice, and I don't think as members we should turn down this application. But the mitigation isn't sufficient as it stands regarding alternative cycle routes. And I think we're just going to have to offer that to the chair and the vice chair to sort out. I don't think we're going to be able to do that today. My own view about the cycle route, as I've said, is I think we should make the main road safer for people to use as cyclists. And that would be the best way of dealing with that. I know that the route over the new walk, which Stephen has mentioned a couple of times as being quite a wide route, the councillors on the Fishergate side have had a number of complaints from members of the public about social distancing there, both from cyclists and from pedestrians. But it is a viable route for some people, particularly depending on which side of town they want to head into. So I would be happy to move it with the amendments to the conditions that we've mentioned, the addition of water ecology condition, taking out the condition about the cycle, and asking the chair and the vice chair to resolve that in a better manner than it has been thus far.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor, and that's good. We've got a proposal. Before I go to you again, Councillor Melly, I'm going to go to Councillor Hollier, who's not had a chance to speak in the debate up to now. Councillor Hollier.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, in general, I agree with a lot of what's been said about the and appreciate what Sandra's saying about the balancing act, but obviously it does come down to the relative weight we attach to those things. Just to mention, we did talk about two other amendments to conditions, which was making 9 generally delegated to chair and vice chair after we've taken out the cycling part, and also 12. So I'm reassured that it sounds like the proposed changes are quite minor. If there's any other views on whether it's worth still delegating that on the basis of how close it is to the, to being unviable, I'd be interested to hear, but also happy to second approval.
Marvellous, thank you. Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with what Councillor Taylor was saying about realistically it's Bishopthorpe Road which is going to be used as the diversion, even if the signs direct people along the longer route to the west that was green in our diagram. Realistically, Bishopthorpe Road is what's going to be used as a diversion. I suppose I'm still concerned that both of those routes share part of the route and a junction with the route for construction traffic. And I've read all the reports, I've asked all the questions. I don't think there is a different route for site traffic or a different route for cyclists. Either way, cyclists are going to be sharing a route with construction traffic, and that's my concern. And I don't see a way that can be avoided if this is approved.
Could be avoided if it's took it on the river.
Thank you. Councillor Fenton.
Yeah, I think just picking up on the point that Councillor Melly made, I think it comes down to, it will need to come down to the detail of the CMTP in terms of particularly that junction of Butch Terrace and Bishopthorpe Road, if, as you suspect and I suspect, a lot of cycle traffic will use Bishopthorpe Road. It's about the measures that are put in place there in terms of this report, mention made in the report of banksmen, who I'm guessing are people who stand guard at that junction and try and sort of control traffic and advise other users of the road. But I think that there does need to be as significant as an intervention at that point as possible, whether it's signage and or markings, physical markings on the road that direct cyclists, don't stop next to the centre line, because if there's a big lorry swinging in, even with a banksman there, that still leaves an element of risk that I think could be effectively mitigated. So I think you're right to raise that, and I think that needs to be addressed explicitly in the CMTP that's agreed.
Thank you very much. Before I sum up, I'll just ask, Councillor Eyre, did you want to contribute at all?
I think most things have already been said, Chair. I was waiting to see if anybody had covered things. I think we're not going to get to a perfect solution in terms of how we deal with this, and that is unfortunate, and it's something we'd all like to achieve, but some things just aren't achievable. And I think as a committee, we've gone as far, and as officers, we've gone as far as we possibly can to make sure that we're putting as much as possible to make sure that it's the best solution that we can find.
Thank you. In which case, I will sum up, and I think this is a difficult one. The strength of feeling that some members of the public have had in respect of their concerns as to how this is going to impact them and the period of time under which it's going to impact them are heartfelt, and I think that they're very valid. And I think somebody mentioned earlier the devil was in the detail, and I think that detail of that travel plan and the construction management travel plan is going to be absolutely fundamental. I'm disappointed, and I would hope that given that we've got until September and potentially October before there's a road closure, that there'd be some opportunity to still be able to consult with the public in that respect. Sorry, Councillor Melly, did you want to interrupt my summing up?
Sorry, it was a question. I wasn't aware of that date of when the earliest point of the road closure could be. Why is that? That's what
the chap from the Stephen Taylor from the Environment Agency said.
Oh, sorry.
So he said that they would be putting the compound in place in September. That would be the first 4 weeks, and therefore the first need for a road closure would be October, unless I've got that completely wrong. Becky, I'm looking at you. Is that what he said? Yes, it is. She's nodding.
But they are technically allowed to close the road as soon as permission is granted. Is this a kind of advisory that he said that's the plan, or is it something that's kind of part of the condition of the application?
I think the road, I will look to Becky, but I think the road will close when it's necessary.
That's what the Environment Agency have said. Obviously they'll get permission, but there's all sorts that they'll need to do before they actually, like the technical part of closing a road, they'll have to do all that as well. So I imagine that's why he has anticipated this. This is my words. Why he's anticipated that it will take until September before they can actually close the road.
Rachel, sorry, Councillor Melly.
Sorry, it's just confirming because the report says July 2020 for the road closure. So does that mean the end date would be shifted back?
I suspect it does.
Our document that the report that we're working from says July 2020 to October 2021. So we're working on a shifted backwards timescale then.
I think it's all fluid, isn't it? Because it depends how everything progresses in the current situation that we're in, as well as everything that the Environment Agency are trying to do in getting this scheme to come forward. So I think we have to take it that it is quite fluid. And yes, we've said July, but it might not be July. It probably, given the information we've had, be September. I'm going to bring Tim in at this point.
I was just going to ask whether, and forget my summing up because I've lost my thread altogether.
And I think when that document was put together was before COVID-19, so obviously there's been about a 3-month delay on planning committees, which has had a knock-on effect on their time. Because this was due to go in about April to planning committee, so I think that's probably where the knock-on effect has come from.
Councillor Taylor.
This bit that we've extracted, then the Part D of 9 that reads, currently it reads, propose pedestrian and cyclist diversion routes, including any diversion signing and other mitigation measures required to enable the safe passage of pedestrians and cyclists between Butcher Terrace and the city centre. So the bit before that, the number 9 reads, the development shall not commence until the developer has submitted and the council has approved in writing. So they can't do that until we've approved it. I think we should add to that, as Becky suggested, a review of that at a suitable point.
She's going to, before we get to the actual vote, Becky's going to go through those additional conditions and the variations that we've proposed. Anyway, as I say, sorry, Becky.
Sorry, every time. Sorry. Councillor Melly, you wanted the ecology changing. Can you just remind me which condition it was you actually wanted it changing on? Was it on condition 4, or was there a different? I just want to be absolutely certain before I recap which one you wanted it changing from. Thank you.
I think I suggested condition 4, but it doesn't have to be. I think that was just the one where, to me, it looked like it made the most sense to add it to. But obviously someone else can have a different opinion.
Okay, what I might ask then is that the end wording of all the conditions is delegated to officers in conjunction with chair and deputy chair, just so we make sure that we get the best conditions wording, because we can't do it here and now.
No.
We just can't. But if we delegate the final wording to officers, as well as yourselves, that would probably be the most sensible option.
I was just going to suggest that it might be worth consulting with members who've been proposing these elements for the exact thrust and meaning of what that condition should look like, and then you define the wording and then we sign it off. Yeah, everybody happy with that? Right, great. Forget what I was going to say in my summing up, because I've completely. I wanted to talk about the benefits of this scheme in respect of 135 homes that are going to, for the first time, I think possibly ever, but certainly in many years, might have some peace of mind and reassurance that they're not going to risk flooding once, twice a year, with all that entails, both from a practical, from a financial, from an emotional perspective. So I do feel that we need to take that into account. Now we have a proposal, we have a seconder. I'm not going to ask Becky to repeat all the conditions for the reasons that we've just outlined. So for the members of the committee and the members of the public watching this, how this process will now work, and for the avoidance of all doubt, is that the Democratic Services Officer will undertake a named vote, and when your name is called, members, you will either say in favour, yay, nay, or abstain. Democratic Services Officer, I'm assuming it's you, Chris.
I'll do it, Chair.
Ah, right.
Hello.
Fiona. Fiona, oh,
Hi.
hello. Hello, nice to meet
Yes,
you.
I am here.
Yes, perfect.
Sorry, I'll start my video again. Right, the Chair's explained the process, members, so I'm just going to read each of your names out in turn, starting with Councillor Eyre. Can you say whether you for? Councillor Fenton.
For.
Councillor Hollier.
For.
Councillor Melly.
For.
Councillor Perrott.
For.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
And finally, Councillor Pavlovich.
For.
Thank you very much. That's all in favour, unanimous, Chair.
Thank you very much. So that motion is passed with those condition variations that will be agreed. I understand there is no additional business for today's meeting. So at long last, and thank you all for your patience and your forbearance, both to the members that are here today, but also those watching. I'd like to wish you all a very good afternoon.